Silence will rise. The public hearing of the inquiry under Section 91 of the Casino Control Act 1982 into the Queensland operations of the Star Entertainment Group Limited is now in session. Please be seated.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think it's well known that today is the first day of public hearings under Section 91 of the Casino Control Act, and that's referable to Part A of my terms of reference. I will take now the appearances, please. Mr. Horton.
Pleasure, Mr. Gotterson. My name is Horton, initials JM. I've been appointed to assist you along with my learned friend, Ms. Helliwell, initial A, and we're assisted by Solicitors Cause, Chambers Westgarth.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Mr. Beecham.
May it please you, Mr. Gotterson. Beecham, I appear with my learned friends, Mr. Wong and Mr. Holmes, instructed by King & Wood Mallisons for the Star.
Thank you very much. And I think, does that exhaust the appearances? Yes, it does.
And we haven't received notice. Is anyone at this point anyway wishing to seek leave to be here and appear?
Very well. Well, that being so, we may start, and I invite you, Mr. Horton, unless there's any preliminary matters from either side, apparently not, Mr. Horton, to begin opening submissions.
Mr. Gotterson, as you'll recall, we made opening remarks on 14 July 2022, indicating lines of investigation and work which would be undertaken to assist you to discharge your functions according to the terms of reference. On that occasion, we tendered two documents, the terms of reference and a corporate organisational or corporate family tree, a chart for the Star Group. Can we give you the document identifiers for them?
Yes.
For the terms of reference, it's REV.006.0001.0001, and we'd ask that we mark Exhibit 1.
Yes, we'll arrange for that to be. In fact, I have the exhibit in front of me, and I might hand it to my associate to, if you wouldn't mind, repeating the marker number, and that can be written on it.
Thank you. It's appearing on the screen, I think. The document number's at the top, REV 006.
Oh, yes, I see.
0001 0001.
That will help.
And the second document was the corporate family tree, reference REV 0006 0002 0001. If that could be made Exhibit 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
We indicated at that time, Mr. Gotterson, that we'd be asking you to direct summonses to various persons, including individuals at the Star, to dig deeper into certain allegations and events. Since then, Solicitors Cause, Chambers Westgarth were engaged to assist. A very large number of documents have been produced to the inquiry. We've received numerous submissions from interested persons, spoken to people, experts, and interviewed witnesses, including 3 from the Star. We've, of course, studied the reports from recent interstate inquiries, and we've had the benefit of that part of Mr. Bell's inquiry in Sydney, which is publicly available. Could we, as Council Assisting, express our thanks to Cause, Chambers Westgarth, who've received and organised more than 12,000 documents from Star and the OLGR. And we note that we also asked, and you issued summonses to the Office of Liquor and Gaming Regulation to obtain documents from the regulator. Cause have reviewed the documents which are of importance at this stage to the inquiry. Some of the documents, more than 6,000, were received on Friday of last week, so that process is ongoing. We've had a range of partners, solicitors, junior lawyers and document management experts working to get us to this point. We, with that team, have done our best to distill this large volume of material into 4 main topics, and they're as follows. 1, approach to safer gambling and gambling harm minimisation. 2, cross-border movement of gambling for persons banned in other states. 3, use of China Union Pay card facilities in Queensland. 4, the Star's commitment to its anti-money laundering responsibilities. And we'll explore this last topic both generally and with respect to 5 case studies. I'll say more about that presently. We've prepared a bundle of the key material for each, Mr. Gotterson. It's in 7 volumes, and we'd ask that those volumes be made perhaps Exhibit 3 collectively, and each volume is marked with its own volume number.
Very well. That will be done now.
Thank you. The 4th issue that we've just discussed, the anti-money laundering issue, is divided into 2. What we call, first of all, the anti-money laundering program, the policies, procedures, etc. of STAR, and what we've called named persons. What we did is give case studies of 5 real people to the STAR that we proposed to test in a practical way how STAR dealt with these issues historically and now. There are detailed chronologies for each of these 5 persons in Mr. Steiner's statement. We're aware that none of those 5 are represented before the inquiry, and the case studies involve testing the existence and strength of suspicions about involvement in criminal activity. For those reasons, and because the focus is on the STAR and not those other people as such for present purposes, we will ask tomorrow that you would make certain orders prohibiting the publication of information which might lead to the identification of those people. We're conscious, for example, Mr. Gotterson, there might be investigations or trials underway of which we're not aware,
Yes.
and we'd be reluctant to interfere with anything that might be occurring in that regard.
Yes.
And we'd ask for orders more generally in the usual terms that people's email addresses, phone numbers and private addresses be kept confidential. Could I, at this stage, just flag that those orders will be sought, hand a copy up, but make them available publicly, so that if anyone does wish to make a submission about them, that could be done perhaps tomorrow morning at some other time convenient to Your Honour. But
yes, rather than make formal orders now without hearing someone who may have an interest.
But if we might hand those to you, Mr. Gotterson, for now, and we'll make available copies publicly for those interested in case.
Yes, and that no doubt will be on a website as well.
Yes.
I imagine.
Yes, we will.
Yes, thank you.
We would urge this course as preferable to conducting private hearings. And we're working on the basis that only as a last resort should the inquiry be closed to the media and the public.
Yes.
But we should confirm that the names and personal details of those 5 people are known to the inquiry.
Yes.
The fact that we're focusing, Mr. Gotterson, on the 4 key topics in the evidence doesn't mean there aren't many other issues being looked at. Some of the submissions pointed us to matters. We spoke with persons who suggested lines of inquiry, and they identified matters of importance to public health, integrity in casino operations, and matters of general concern when thinking about how one might enhance the regulation of casinos in the future. And conversations are continuing with some of these people. There are, of course, 3 main exercises under the terms of reference, and we're conscious that this public hearing is about section 91. But we wanted to, and we've been careful to distinguish them, and we'll continue to do that. But we did want to give you and the public a general update of what is happening, not only in Part A, but on the other parts.
Yes.
First, Part A is that in respect of which you have powers to compel information. You've compelled 3 people from the start to speak to us in interviews, to produce statements, and then you've compelled them to be here over the next week or so. Those witnesses are Mr. Junior Taliafoa, Mr. Howard Ira Steiner, and Mr. Jeffrey Hogg. A 4th witness, Mr. Chris Peasley, was summoned more recently. We haven't interviewed him, but his name appears on some important documents. And there are some matters we would like to ask him about in terms of encouraging people to gamble, offering inducements and initiatives to make that happen. He was the Executive General Manager for Domestic Marketing. After conclusion of the evidence, we'll ask you to make findings on the matters that arise in Part A, and in broad view, the topics are the ones we've identified. Part A, as I've submitted in opening remarks, is about casino operations. So the evidence will concern Treasury Brisbane and Star Gold Coast. Queen's Wharf development is not operating, and it therefore stands outside that particular exercise. That is the Part A exercise. Part B requires you to give ongoing advice to the Attorney General about ongoing suitability investigation that the Attorney General instigated and that her department is progressing. As I understand it, you've been giving advice as required about that, but the OLGR is doing the investigative work itself. Now, the OLGR, we submit, may be assisted by the findings you make in Part A, so far as they're relevant, and they may also be assisted by the evidence and findings in the Bell inquiry in New South Wales. But it will ultimately be a matter for the OLGR, the Attorney General, how that inquiry takes shape in its detail on advice from you. But we will not, because of this, be investigating suitability as such. The wider legislative regime puts those questions firmly with the Attorney General and ultimately the Governor in Council. This doesn't mean, of course, that the work here is not relevant to the assessment of suitability, and that aspect of things is certainly not lost upon us as Council assisting. As part of this, can I say, we've been greatly assisted by an interim investigation report prepared by the Office of Liquor and Gaming Regulation on the 21st of April 2022. That report identified issues from an investigation which had preceded it and been underway. We put that report to the Star about a month ago, and we've received a response about the facts and findings which it included on an interim or tentative basis. We're looking into some aspects of that response, but we'll make more detailed submissions about it in due course and explore in the evidence some facets of Star's response with the Star's witnesses. The suitability investigation that is underway will involve, of course, questions about whether the casino operators and those associated with them are of good repute, having regard to character, honesty, integrity. Part B is not limited to operating casinos. The ongoing suitability investigation is one which your terms of reference engage your assistance with, as we said. And as we said at the public initial hearing, the entities most directly involved for this purpose are the licensee of the Star Gold Coast, Treasury Brisbane, and Destination Consortium Brisbane Integrated Resort Operations Proprietary Limited for Queen's Wharf. That company is a joint venture between the Star Entertainment Group and two Hong Kong-based companies. And those entities, because of their involvement in the casino licensee, DCB, are ones who are subject to suitability scrutiny. But we can move to Part C. It's about enhanced regulation of casino operations. Again, not limited to operating casinos. In the course of the public hearings over the next week, some of the evidence might inform different and maybe better ways of regulating casinos in this state. To support your work in Part C, the team assisting you are undertaking a review of casino regulation in other local and domestic jurisdictions, including ones or reforms that have been in response to inquiries in those other places. Research is underway into selected leading international jurisdictions, which are believed to offer some valuable context and insights that may assist your recommendations for reform in this state. Can we foreshadow particular possibilities in that regard? First, some of the terminology in the Act might benefit from modernisation. For example, the term problem gambling in Section 93 capital A of the Casino Control Act, Queensland, to some people unfairly stigmatises those who experience addiction and harm from gambling. And it tends to suggest a problem on the part of the individual when the gambling offering is in many ways designed to attract and to please. Second, there's a question of what regulatory model is best. Victoria and New South Wales have or are setting up a regulator separate from government and which is somewhat of a specialist in casino regulation. On one hand, this may give greater capacity for specialisation and give some separation between government and casinos, but on the other, there's the question whether these should be core government tasks. We have not come to a landing on what we might submit in that respect, and we remain open. We want to emphasise to what submitters and interested members of the public might say about this. 3, there's the question of the casino paying for its own oversight. It seems desirable that user pays, and a good thing that Queensland taxpayers not put the bill for keeping casinos in check. And there are various possibilities: casino supervision levy, but in some other jurisdictions, there's a guarantee which the regulator can draw down upon when it needs to conduct investigations, and that can be topped up. 4th, there are places where the Casino Control Act might be more explicit about important matters, including, for example, in its objects clause, that casinos remain free from criminal influence and infiltration. 5, there's the question too of what provision, if any, would need to be made if the casino were found by others unsuitable. If this course were considered appropriate, some kind of special management path to suitability has happened with Crown casinos might arise. The wider Queensland legislative scheme has a bearing on what can be done in this regard and the steps that are required, which is somewhat different from other jurisdictions that have been through recent experience in the same regard. 6, we will suggest you might have regard to reforms concerning safer gambling, and in particular whether carded play should be mandatory for better monitoring of gambling patterns, collection and sharing of information, pre-commitment and time limits, imposing a positive duty to ensure a sufficient number of safer gambling officers, and imposing limits by reference to a person's means. Mr. Finkelstein, AOQC in Victoria, in his inquiry, gave particular consideration to these type of matters. And 7, finally, should there be regular scrutiny and review, a periodic style system. And you will know already, Mr. Gotterson, there's a bill before the Queensland Legislative Assembly dealing with matters such as penalty amounts and other reforms, which has already been through committee consideration. It may be that if you in the end identify shortcomings, some are concerned with culture and integrity rather than gaps in the law. The regulatory scheme relies to some extent upon casino operators behaving properly and with integrity. The word integrity features prominently in the Act, but there's not always a legislative fix for poor behaviour, and culture remains, we say, very important. Can we turn to give some more detail about each of the 4 specific topics that arise under Part A? For this reason, we've had the benefit of interviews of star witnesses. We've had the benefit of the production of many thousands of documents. We've had the benefit of speaking to many people, and a great deal of work has been done, which has been able to advance matters in preparation for these public hearings. With respect to safer gambling, issue 1, you'll hear today from 3 people with a lived experience of gambling harm. The first is an Aboriginal man who experienced compulsive gambling and has spent some 17 years recovering. He'll speak about these things from the point of view of a member of the Aboriginal community in Queensland, and as the Queensland Government's Gambling Harm Minimisation Plan 2021-2025 recognises that group of people experiences disproportionate harm from gambling. For reference, I don't need to take you to it, but that plan appears in your volume 2 in Exhibit 3 in the last document, as the last document. Mr. Witness A, we'll call him, according to the orders we're going to ask you to make, and for reasons I'll explain, has an understanding of this both because he's had personal experience and he subsequently studied psychological science, and he has an appreciation of the forces at work in compulsive gambling, and in particular from the point of view of someone with limited means who might not trigger many of the observable signs in terms of length of stay in a casino. Then you'll hear from 2 others. The first has experience in poker machine gambling harm, and now as giving support to others in respect of harm that the others have experienced. The first will speak about having lost 10 years to poker machine gambling and how a person's life and personal setting can make them more vulnerable to what gambling providers offer. The second will speak about her experience as a partner of a person with a gambling addiction, of financial pressure and issues to do with family safety and family violence, which can be associated with gambling, and indeed, which can be the emanation of the same kinds of personal issues that lead a person to gamble too much. These witnesses have a connection, the last two, which will become apparent, and for that reason, we propose to call them together, and we do that by video link because they're located in Melbourne, Victoria. Each of these witnesses has shown courage in coming forward to speak to us and indeed to speak publicly. None of them directs particular criticism at the Star, we should make that clear. None of them makes particular criticism at the Star in Queensland. It's not an exercise in showing particular, that is, instances of oversights by the Star, but they're offered as case studies, as a way of giving insight into the kinds of real, we want to emphasise that word real, experiences people have that may go undetected. We'll use the evidence to explore with Mr. Toliafoa and maybe other Star witnesses how matters like this are treated at the Star, and to test whether and to what extent, as the terms of reference direct, what is the Star's approach to gambling harm minimisation, including how it's actually implemented and resourced. We would ask that you order that these three lived experience witnesses today not be identified publicly. Their names and details are of course known to the review, but we would submit, it's not in the interest of justice for these people to be identified publicly. That might discourage others from coming forward to speak about matters which are of importance to public health and the public interest. I've provided a copy of a draft order to my learned friend. Could I hand a copy up for your consideration, Mr. Gotterson? Thank you. You'll
Just,
see.
leave me a moment to,
Certainly.
yes. Yes, I've read the first one relating to A, B, and C. Is that an order that you would
Yes,
seek to have made now?
yes, and that would be kept confidential, but the second order in effect gives effect to it in a public way. That is, there's to be no reporting or publication of any information that identifies or tend to identify witness A, B, and C, and we'll propose to refer to each as in that way when they're called, so that it's clear that their names aren't to be made known.
Right. Mr. Beecham, do you have any submissions?
We don't have any submissions on that, Mr.
Thank you. In my view, these are orders appropriately to be made, and they are made. I order in terms of the first of them and the second of them, and I'll initial each of them and direct that they be placed with the papers. It's not appropriate that they be made exhibits.
No, thank you. And the second, you'll note, Mr. Gotterson, will be placed on the door of the court so that those entering know that those witnesses should not be.
Yes. Well, they have been initialed and they'll be placed with the papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gotterson, we've been assisted by a submission in this topic made by the Alliance for Gambling Reform by Mr. Christopher Darwin of the Alfred Statewide Mental Health and Gambling Harm Service Victoria, and some literature on the topic in better understanding contemporary issues that arise, especially from the point of view of the lived experience of gambling. Relationships Australia has assisted. They've linked us with people with experience of gambling harm, and they've made a submission.
Yes.
We will examine Mr. Taliaferro from the Star. We interviewed him on 3 August and he's prepared a statement, a detailed statement. He is the Group Manager Responsible Gambling for the Star Entertainment Group Limited. He's held that position since April 19. Ms. Halliwell will take him, with your permission, through key aspects of his statement.
Yes.
And you'll hear that the Star has a new strategy under development for what it describes as responsible gambling. It's said to incorporate learnings and findings from leading practice research and other sources, including the findings from the Crown Melbourne Royal Commission conducted by Mr. Finkelstein. And again, I don't need to take you to it, Mr. Gotterson, but we're giving you that chapter from Mr. Finkelstein's report at tab 2.7 of your volume 2 of Exhibit 3. We will ask Mr. Taliaferro about that and give him some more detail about exactly what that entails, and we'll ask him about what detail is involved and ask if that represents a positive development, and if so, how. Another issue that arises in this regard is whether the Star gave incentives or commissions to staff who generate gambling turnover and what that might mean, if anything, for safer gambling constraints. As well as these sources, we've had the benefit of questions asked of Star by OLGR. Before this inquiry was established, OLGR had prepared requisitions and sent them to the Star, and the Star had responded with answers and documents. We found work was useful and it saved us considerable time. In each case, we've extracted those questions asked by OLGR and by you, Mr. Gotterson, and we've included those answers in each of the bundles so far as they relate to those topics. We'd expect the safer gambling evidence to occupy the remainder of today and perhaps run into tomorrow when we conclude with Mr. Taliaferro. The next issue is interstate exclusions. One focus of the terms of reference is the management of exclusions, in particular those excluded from the Star Sydney at the direction of the New South Wales Police Commissioner, and then whether patrons excluded there were actively encouraged or incentivised to attend here in Queensland. The Star has statutory authorisation and common law rights to exclude people from areas operating as a casino, and indeed in respect of what's called a withdrawal of licence as a property, its property as a whole. In some cases, the Police Commissioner can direct the casino operator to exclude a certain person. Public policy considerations favour an exclusions regime. It avoids criminal infiltration and on-site criminal activity, such as participation in money laundering. This, we submit, is concerned with conduct apt to disrupt probity in the operation of a casino. Section 92 of the Casino Control Act empowers the casino operator or manager to give a written direction to a person prohibiting them from entering or remaining in the casino if the operator believes on reasonable grounds certain matters, if they've engaged in dishonest acts, if they've acted in a way affecting or potentially affecting the proper conduct or integrity of gaming, and if the person's engaged in unlawful conduct. Section 94 is a section that confers a discretion on the Police Commissioner to exclude a specified person from a casino in Queensland. But apart from these statutory models, the casino operator, we submit, has a right to exclude at common law. It's expressly recognised in Section 92 of the Casino Control Act. We rather see the withdrawal of licence as unconfined, as the right of a property owner to exclude anyone. We're not sure that we share this view with the Star, and we might explore that with witnesses further about the width of the discretion which the Star sees it has in terms of the withdrawal of licence. But we'll explore these matters in terms of the Star's policies and procedures about the treatment of excluded persons from the Star Sydney at the direction of the New South Wales Police Commissioner. The relevant documents appear in Volume 3 of your Exhibit 3 on this topic. We wish to explore 3 particular shortcomings we will submit by the Star Queensland casinos. First, persons excluded by the New South Wales Police Commissioner ought to have been but were not excluded by the Star from its Queensland casinos as a matter of course. That, we say, should have happened unless there was demonstrably good reason for not doing so. It may be that there's a difference between us and the Star about whether a police commissioner direction in another state ought automatically to have led to exclusion here. Again, we'll explore that topic. Second shortcoming we wish to explore is in 2019, when the Star ultimately adopted a policy of whole of group exclusions, whereby a person excluded from the Star Sydney would be excluded from the Queensland casinos, the policy does not seem to have been given retrospective operation, with the consequence that persons already excluded from the Sydney casino weren't excluded here. Third, it took prompting by the OLGR, so far as we can see, for the Star to apply the new policy retrospectively, a process that took about 8 months to complete, commencing September 2021, but having finished in about May 2022. So until early 2019, the Star's policies about exclusions made no provision, we will suggest, for automatic exclusion by the virtue of making interstate of a police commissioner direction. We've given you in your volume 3 the relevant policies and procedures. The policy now is that a police exclusion in a state will be mirrored with a withdrawal of licence or venue exclusion in the other state. We submit this substitution was an appropriate step to begin to correct the deficiency. This issue also informs, Mr. Gotterson, the investigation that's been conducted into the Star's commitment to its anti-money laundering responsibilities. Of course, if there's an exclusion interstate by a police commissioner, we would suggest it would raise the real prospect of the need to consider, from an anti-money laundering point of view, the exclusion of that person in this state more or less automatically. That's the exclusions issue. The second issue concerns China Union Pay. The terms of reference require this inquiry to examine the use of China Union Pay debit or credit card facilities and other arrangements to help facilitate gambling by Chinese nationals despite Chinese currency movement restrictions. We've given you the core documents for this topic in volume 5 of Exhibit 3. Can we very briefly explain this issue? China Union Pay is a financial services provider offering Chinese consumers debit, credit and prepaid cards. The National Australia Bank was the Star Group's banker and supplier of its merchant terminals. It placed restrictions on terminals accepting China Union Pay cards within the Star's own casinos. One suggestion, I want to emphasise suggestion for the minute because this is contentious perhaps, is that Chinese laws limited the movement of currency in and out of China by Chinese nationals, and that CUP, National Australia Bank arrangements, sought to ensure the use of the cards consistently with their understanding of these laws. The Star, we'll suggest, devised a process which involved patrons using the terminals within its hotel properties to debit funds from their China Union Pay card to credit their hotel account. The patron would then take a receipt of the hotel payment to the casino cage, accompanied by a VIP executive host, and exchange it for cash or chips. The effect of this was that all charges on the China Union Pay cards appeared as hotel and general expenses, when part at least were used and intended to be used for gambling. And the central issue is really this: when National Australia Bank questioned the Star about the purpose for which such funds were or had been utilised, the Star gave various explanations. None, we'll submit, that we've seen to date, made clear the funds were for gambling and they'd been utilised in that way. An agreement between the Star and the bank required adherence to China Union Pay operating regulations. They required that Star ensure that ATMs, point of sale terminals and others terminals accepting Union Pay outside mainland China comply with what were called the Union Pay regulations and to be responsible for merchant management. The Star was the merchant here, and the bank was prohibited from contracting with a merchant in a way prohibited by local laws or regulations relative rules of the Union Pay regs. Before entering into the merchant agreement, an acquirer had to ensure the merchant would comply with requirements for the latter in operating regulations, and those regulations imposed a requirement we'll suggest that the merchant agreement include a range of matters, including that the specification on merchant category code for Union Pay merchant be consistent with the principal business of the merchant. The merchant agreement here specified the category code to be used as lodging, hotels, motels and resorts. There did exist a category code for betting and casino gaming chips and other similar matters, but we'll suggest this was expressly prohibited from being used in a merchant agreement. The bank wrote a number of letters to the Star seeking information in relation to the expenditure on China Union Pay accounts at its operations, including those in Queensland. From 30 May 2017, the National Australia Bank wrote to Mr. Theodore, former Chief Financial Officer of the Star, reminding the Star of China Union Pay's terms and conditions, to seeking to ensure that no proceeds or deposits for gambling were placed through Star Entertainment Group's Astral VIP merchant terminal. 3, asking that Star ensure strict controls be in place to avoid any gambling credits being placed through terminals. On 6 November 2019, the bank wrote to the former group treasurer of the Star seeking, quote, documentation that proves that individual clients are spending the above amount, 20 million here, at their venue on entertainment and accommodation expenses. The response was from that person, the Star, in these terms: certain very high-end premium guests at the Star Entertainment Group's integrated resorts incur expenses at the hotel across a range of entertainment venues within the resort, travel expenses, external expenses, and during their time in Australia and while staying at the Star Entertainment Group's resorts. On 3 March 2020, the National Australia Bank requested specific information in relation to certain China Union Pay transactions at the Star in Sydney, and it will be suggested at no stage did the Star inform National Australia Bank or China Union Pay that such funds may be used or had been used for gambling. On 4 March 2020, the Star advised NAB it wished to cease accepting CUP card transactions across all NAB terminals at all properties, effective from 7 March 2020. This issue is one which we say goes to integrity and honesty. But there's some particular Queensland context which it's necessary to appreciate if looking at the evidence and any findings to come, for example, in the Bell inquiry, because the Bell inquiry was, of course, focused on New South Wales circumstances. In October 2009, the Casino Control Act in this state was amended. It prohibited casino operator and its agents from providing cash or chips to any person in respect of a credit card transaction in connection with any gaming. Such a prohibition did not apply in relation to gaming at by a non-resident of Queensland visiting a casino under a junket agreement. As such, a casino operator could allow a person to use a debit card to deposit an amount in the person's player account. From 1 January 2017, the Star Group commenced allowing the China Union Pay debit card point of sale transactions by such non-residents at Queensland properties. And the Star explained what it did in these terms. It would confirm the cardholder's identity. They'd swipe their card at a terminal at the hotel reception where a room charge account was opened in their name. 2, the transaction took place at the front office using a CUP debit card in the customer's name. 3, once successfully processed, they'd be issued with a confirmation receipt. 4, the customer will then be escorted to the casino cage by a VIP executive host, where the funds were deposited into that person's front money account. And 5, subsequent front money account transactions were conducted in accordance with the relevant ICM. We'll come to that in a minute. And casino cage standard operating procedures. The practice ended, as we've indicated, in early March 2020. The Star continues, we think, to accept payments from China UnionPay accounts for certainly non-gambling. We emphasise non-gambling related expenses such as hotels, food and beverage. In total, the evidence suggests on our reading of it, and as we anticipate perhaps the evidence from Mr. Hogg, that some 55 million was transacted in Star Queensland casinos using the process just described, and about 1,168 in number. This, we want to make clear, is less than seems to have been the case in New South Wales, and perhaps in dollar numbers, about 10% of what took place there, owing to the nature of the different volume in business. Also important in Queensland is the context given by some so-called internal control manual components. You've got the ICMs, as they're called, in volume 6 of Exhibit 3. Section B of the ICMs deal with the type of funds which may be deposited into the so-called front money account. At the request of the Star on 30 November 2015, Queensland's OLGR unapproved an amendment to Section B of the ICM, which permitted, quotes, funds transferred from China UnionPay debit cards via the hotel system, close quotes, to be accepted into front money accounts. That explanation went to the regulator with an explanation. I'll give the document reference. I won't ask it to be brought up, but we'll go to it in evidence perhaps. STA 6003 0001 0410. That, we say, was an explanation given to the OLGR about the basis for the change, that funds generally took 24 hours to arrive in the casino's bank account, and the accepting CUP into front money accounts, by accepting CUP into the front money accounts, patrons avoided the need to attend the cage prior to the money being in the casino's bank account. We'll explore the truth of that with witnesses. The ICM arrangements were needed because under the Act, Mr. Gotterson, they concern an accounting or administrative system and procedure. That's section 74, round brackets 3, paragraph A of the Act. The ICMs were again amended on 14 December 2016 to remove reference to China UnionPay entirely. That had the effect, if one simply reads the ICM, that funds could be accepted with respect to all debit cards. We want to point out that all this happened before the process set out above, and which was the subject of the Bell inquiry, commenced. The amendments we've just been through with the ICMs don't diminish, we suggest, the significance of the Star's conduct with respect to China UnionPay cards. Relevance for present purposes upon the honesty of the Star and its dealings with the bank within the framework of arrangements designed, we want to emphasise designed, perhaps, to uphold Chinese laws. The ICM amendments are particular to Queensland, and for that reason, they're not dealt with by the Bell inquiry, just pointed out. We want to explore with Mr. Hogg these matters. What do you know about the proposed changes, their purpose, what role he had in them, and whether they fully and properly disclosed what was to occur? He does deal with these matters. We interviewed him about it, and he's included his answers at paragraphs 204 to 214 of his statement. We know he had some knowledge of these changes, and the question really is whether the Star directed its mind to the right issues in undertaking a risk assessment, and the extent to which it was candid with the regulator here. The Star accepted in the Bell inquiry the procedure by which China UnionPay cards were swiped at terminals at the hotel, but were then used to fund gaming, quotes, obscured the true nature of the transactions and masked the fact that funds were used for the purpose of gaming from UnionPay and Chinese financial institutions. It conceded that Star personnel understood from the beginning at least that China UnionPay, quotes, intended or wished to deny access to its card services for the purpose of gambling, and that, in that context, comma, the employment of a device that meant it was not apparent to China Union Pay that its services were being used for those purposes was at least sharp practice, comma, even if it was not an infringement of any contract or law, comma, and that this kind of sharp practice is unacceptable on the part of a casino licensee. It was also accepted that Star's communications with NAB in relation to the use of CUP cards were obfuscatory, misleading, and unethical. The Bell inquiry findings are yet to come, and we await to see what conclusion is reached there. The point of much of what we said above is to emphasise that there is some different Queensland context which needs to be borne in mind when looking at what occurred in New South Wales. We will suggest this, however, the relevant conduct at Star was in essence the same as has been explored in the inquiry in New South Wales. It was a group issue, albeit affecting fewer transactions here with a smaller overall value. And it remains to be seen from the evidence what relevance, if any, the ICM changes have in terms of what was occurring at the time. The next issue is the Star's commitment to its money laundering responsibilities. This we see as one of the major issues in the inquiry. In terms of reference, direct you, Mr. Gotterson, to examine the Star's commitment to its AML responsibilities, particularly as they relate to high risk and high value customers. Volume 1 of Exhibit 3 is the policies, procedures and program for the AML and the answers given to questions asked of the Star, and volumes 4 and 5 are the named person material, which relates to this issue, the case studies in effect. This issue was considered, as you'll know, Mr. Gotterson, in the Bell inquiry, and we've given particular separate consideration to it. We interviewed Mr. Howard Ira Steiner some weeks ago. He prepared a statement pursuant to a summons that you issued. He's the Star's General Manager, Anti-Money Laundering, Counter-Terrorism Financing, Compliance for the Star Group. He's the designated AML CTF Compliance Officer for the purpose of the federal rules. Matters to do with the Star's money laundering program were handled at a group level. So again, we'll suggest that much of what the Bell inquiry traversed is as relevant to Queensland as it was to New South Wales, but there are some particular aspects we'd like to examine. First, the connection and relevance of AML responsibilities to persons coming over the border who have been extradited in other states for reasons relevant to suspicions about involvement in criminal activity. And by that, we really focus on the police commission exclusions, and you'll hear evidence about ones given about certain named persons in New South Wales and Victoria. These, we will suggest, were triggers for AML consideration here in Queensland that were missed. Second, there's the issue of some persons being actively encouraged to come to Queensland and being given benefits to do so, even though, and this might be an understatement, red flags existed, which ought to have led to their exclusion, let alone not inducing the person to be here. We will explore this in quite some detail with Mr. Steiner. He was not there at the relevant time, but it's a useful way, we say, of exploring the adequacy by reference to real examples about whether things would now be done differently and to probe that quite deeply. Third, since the Bell inquiry, the Star's development of its AML has progressed, as has the preparation we understand of its AML arrangements in what is called the Track Via system and its program requirements documents. We'd like to examine those by reference to the case studies and explore with Mr. Steiner some notions about risk assessment, and the adequacy of probing a person's source of money. We've undertaken this preparation from two perspectives. First, we've had a look at the program against the legislative and regulatory requirements. And second, we've probed the Star with 5 case studies, and they've responded about those and given some considerable detail in the chronology in Mr. Steiner's statement. As I mentioned, those case studies are about real people. The identity of them we've asked be kept confidential. They offer a way of testing practically the shortcomings of the past, and we say there were many, but also whether and how robust the STARS AML system is now. So we'd ask, would these matters escape STARS notice today? Would decisions made in the past be made the same way today? If so, why? If not, why? To check the lessons that have been learned and the actions that should have been taken in the past would not now be taken if presented again. Would someone who possessed the profile of these case studies, we'll ask, or some variation of them, be treated in the same way as the past? We want to make clear that Mr. Steiner has only been with the STAR since 28 January 2020. So much of what we put to him regarding the 5 case studies are not, for the most part, events that occurred while he was on watch, so to speak, but he's the person we think best to test the matters just described. And he's included that helpful chronology, which builds very much on the work that this inquiry gave him. We have found those chronologies very useful in preparing for the public hearings. You've summoned
Yes.
Mr. Peasley to give evidence. He was the Executive General Manager of Domestic Marketing. He still works for STAR. In the course of summonses that you issued, Mr. Gotterson, for documents generally, and in response to particular questions, Mr. Peasley's name was mentioned. And they came up as relevant to the way in which the STAR markets itself and engage with its high-value customers, which seems to be a feature of the terms of reference. Our primary reason for calling him is to explore how the STAR's approach to incentivising and encouraging people is consistent with its commitment to AML responsibilities and its approach to gambling harm minimisation. We will suggest, we'll test this with him, that Mr. Peasley was involved in approving gifts to be given to high-risk, high-value customers, and these email exchanges offer some insight into the STAR's profit motives in connection with its gambling business. We say something about junkets in the broad context of the anti-money laundering issue, but also for this reason, there's a particular Queensland context to junkets that needs to be borne in mind. Part A of your terms of reference require to examine the management of what are called VIP patrons, high rollers, international patrons. Junket arrangements are known to involve enhanced risks, especially of money laundering. It can be harder to know all participants, sources of money and allocations of winnings. Often higher amounts are involved. In broad terms, a junket is an arrangement between a casino and a junket tour organiser to facilitate a period of gambling by one or a group of high wealth players at the casino. In return for bringing those players, the casino pays the organiser a commission, usually based on the collective gambling activity of players. The term junket agreement in Queensland, unlike in New South Wales, seems to extend to a sole junket agreement. I think in New South Wales we've heard it could be called rebate play rather than a sole junket. But in the sole junket agreement, the person participating is also in effect the promoter of the junket. Junket operations and terminology about them are a little different in this state from New South Wales. There are some differences in the regulatory regime and in the prevalence and nature of them here. The descriptions reflected in the definition of junket agreement in section 85 capital A of the Casino Control Act. Junket programs have been approved to operate in Queensland since October 1993, and there's been little change to the regulatory framework since that time. The junket promoter is regulated in Queensland under the Act and the Casino Control Regulation. In 2018, the STAR began an upgrade and expansion of its casino and hotel facilities at the Gold Coast, and it introduced junket operations there. Once those improvements were completed, more junket players, we understand, were seen at the Gold Coast than before. But junket conduct at the casino in Brisbane seems to have been less. We understand that the Star Gold Coast, because of its location, the nature of the casino and the hotel facilities there, can offer a more attractive place for junket players to be than perhaps at the moment the Brisbane Casino. In July 2017, 60 Minutes current affairs program raised concerns about money laundering, prostitution, sex trafficking relating to junket promoters and their local representatives at the Crown Casino in Melbourne. OLGR investigated what steps, if any, were carried out by Queensland casino operators to assess the suitability of entities or individuals before entering into junket agreements with them. That is, before the casino entered into junket agreements with them. OLGR, among other things, decided to withdraw approval for 5 junket promoters who'd been identified as being of concern. In March 2021, OLGR wrote to the Star seeking certain information using compulsory powers, and this was directed to scrutinising the controls at the Star's Queensland casinos. Star, on the 23rd of April 2021, responded that it did not propose to host groups of people under junket arrangements or otherwise continue its traditional junkets business unless specifically endorsed by OLGR, with the benefit of a reassessment of suitability through due diligence assessments undertaken by the Star. In April and May 2021, OLGR withdrew previous suitability determinations made under Section 39 of the Casino Control Regulation relating to 5 individuals. And in September 2021, OLGR advised Star that suitability determinations in Queensland for all junket promoters and representatives had expired. I won't take you to the document, but for reference, it's STA 6005 0018 4195. And on 9 May 2022, the Star announced to the ASX a suspension of all individual domestic and international rebate play programs at all Star casinos and reconfirmed a commitment to not dealing with junkets while it addresses issues arising from the ongoing review of the Star by Mr. Bell, SC in Sydney. Separately from the announcement, the Star contacted OLGR and advised there were 8 active individual programs at the Star Gold Coast, but none at Treasury, and that they would be settled within 14 days. The Star also confirmed that individual junket players with planned travel to its Queensland casinos had been contacted and advised the programs would no longer be available. We expect Mr. Hogg's evidence to be consistent with the above, that the Star has suspended all existing junket agreements and the entry into any future junket agreement, including sole participant junket agreements, has for now been suspended. We expect him to say that the risks associated with sole junket participants may be more easily managed than those with group junkets due to the direct relationship with the customer, which might be missing from a direct group junket. And the Star, as we understand, is giving consideration to its policies regarding how it handles in the future sole participant junket agreements. Finally, we'll call Mr. Hogg, who we expect the last witness in the inquiry. He's the interim CEO of the Star and formerly Chief Casino Officer in Queensland. We interviewed him pursuant to a summons that you, Mr. Gotterson, issued. You directed him to prepare a statement, and in obedience to that and to a summons to give evidence, he'll be here on the last day, what we expect to be the last day of evidence in the inquiry. Some of what we'll ask Mr. Hogg about will emerge in the course of oral evidence to be given up till that point. But there are some particular matters we flag at the moment we wish to focus on. One, as already indicated, his knowledge of and involvement in the China Union Pay issue, particularly dealing with the regulator in 2015, 2016, when the Star proposed and obtained approval to amend the ICNs. The main query is what Mr. Hogg knew when seeking those amendments. We should be very clear in saying, however, that no document available to us suggests that the NAB was rattling the cage, so to speak, that is, making contentions about how the money could or couldn't be used at the time that the ICNs were, amendments were being submitted. That occurred later. Second, about the STAR's commitment to AML responsibilities. KPMG reviewed the STAR's AML program in May 2018 and found in our submission that it was seriously deficient. What did Mr. Hogg know about this, and why has it taken so long to get where we are now, some 4 years later? Third, with respect to exclusions, to understand from a senior management perspective how such problems could exist without coming to the notice of senior people. And then next, generally speaking, what seems to have been very serious problems in terms of offering inducements to high value, high risk customers who, with respect to some of them, on no view, should have been invited to come to Queensland, given the unavoidable suspicions that would arise about their involvement in criminal activity, the source of their money, and the fact of exclusion and treatment elsewhere in other jurisdictions, including by police commissioners. Mr. Gotterson, that's a somewhat lengthy outline of what we propose, but as I've indicated, it's because a lot of work's been done behind the scenes in preparation for this, and in order to distill and focus the way we'll examine witnesses, indeed the witnesses to call. We've had, as I said, the support of very competent assisting solicitors and from material which the OLGR had obtained before the inquiry was convened. We've made very significant headway, and we've, of course, had the benefit of the public transcripts from the Bell inquiry. There is an interim investigation report. We had the benefit of it. It's OLGR's document, and it's in your volume 6 at tab 6.1a. The document reference is, I'm not going to ask for it to be brought up, OLGR 003 0001 0320. That interim investigation report has only just been provided to you. You summoned it only in recent times. That offers interim findings and states facts upon which those findings might be based. At an early stage, a month ago, the report, as we said, was given to the STAR, which it hadn't previously seen, and the STAR was invited to comment upon the extent to which it accepted or challenged or wished to qualify what's contained in that report. That's a most helpful report, and the response to it is useful too. It's helped focus where we think there'll be points of significant difference, but it's also helped to abbreviate to some extent the extent to which it's been necessary to pursue matters which ultimately might have been a waste of time because there's been an acceptance of certain things. There'll no doubt be issues arise along the way, and perhaps new issues, and perhaps some might recede in importance. They're the matters that we wish to raise in opening. As I said today, be largely concerned with the safer gambling issues, and Ms. Halliwell will take each of witness A, B and C and begin hopefully with Mr. Taliafoa today. That's convenient to you, Mr. Gotterson.
All right, very well. Now, Mr. Beecham, is there anything arising from the opening that you wish to specifically make some submissions about?
No, there's nothing we wish to raise. Thank you for the opportunity, though.
Well, thank you. Concerning this morning's proceedings, I think it's no, it's 11:05. How long, Ms. Halliwell, do you think the first witness will take?
We're expecting the first witness to be approximately an hour, Your Honour.
Oh, very well. That being,
might it be a convenient time to have a brief adjournment?
yes, I was going to suggest that. It's 11:06 now. Is your first, the witness who is to be here in person is here, I take it?
He is Mr. Gotterson, and we will arrange for him to be brought into the courtroom in the brief adjournment.
Well, very well. I think we'll have an adjournment now, and we seem to be making good progress. Adjourn till 11:20, and that will allow sufficient time to get him in, and on your estimation, he would finish about 12:20, and because the And the other two, next two are to be heard together, aren't they?
They are, Mr. Gotterson, and we've arranged for them to be available via video link
Yes,
from about 2:30.
2:30, very well.
That's convenient to you, Honour.
Yes, all right, we will adjust things around that. And it could well be if our first witness takes more than an hour, that can comfortably be done. Very well. We'll adjourn now till 11:20.
All rise. This inquiry is adjourned until 11:20 a.m. The hearing is now resumed.
Yes, Ms. Halliwell.
Mr. Gotterson, I call witness A.
Very well. Yes, and at this point, I'll ask that witness A be asked to affirm.
Affirm, thank you.
Yes.
So I'm going to declare the evidence given by you to the inquiry, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Gotterson made an order today that pursuant to section 16 of the Commissions of Inquiry Act, there is to be no reporting or publication of any information that identifies or tends to identify you. And on that basis, sir, your name is known to Mr. Gotterson, those assisting him, as well as those representing the Star Entertainment Group. And for that purpose, we may throughout this hearing refer to you as witness A. Very good. And your address in Cedar Creek is also known to Mr. Gotterson and those assisting him. If you can just reply yes, so that the transcript, thank you. You've met with Mr. Horton and me and agreed to give evidence at today's hearing as an Indigenous man who has suffered gambling-related harm, and you are willing to share your lived experience with this inquiry. You've undertaken a postgraduate study, haven't you?
I have, yes.
And when did you do that?
I completed that in 2012,
And at what university did you do that?
Catholic University,
And what did you graduate with?
a Bachelor of Psychological Science.
Psychological science. And can you please tell Mr. Gotterson when you first started gambling?
To be really honest, I became known to gambling really early on. You know, I was probably in one of those families where, you know, on the first Tuesday of November, you know, your mum got you or your dad got you a sweepstake in the Melbourne Cup. So it was reasonably early on that I was introduced to gambling. I don't know, I want to say, you know, 5 or 6 or 7 or something along those lines.
And when did you first yourself go to an establishment for gambling?
I would have probably attended a TAB when I was maybe 14. I left Roma, I came to Brisbane, and yeah, I was definitely going into gambling establishments by the time I was 15.
About 15. And when was the last time you gambled?
Last time I gambled, I can remember the day, the 23rd of September 2005.
2005, thank you. And have you ever spoken publicly about your experiences with gambling?
I'm part of a self-help group that, you know, in which we, you know, we share our experiences about being compulsive gamblers. Does that count as public?
That
I
is
think so.
public.
Yes.
And do you ever speak in a forum openly outside of that service?
As part of, yeah, I guess as part of my service work, I do offer to speak at functions that are related to, you know, gambling or gambling harm. On other occasions, I did just recently do a lived experience talk at the Nambour RSL for gambling harm. Yeah.
Thank you. And would you say that you fully recovered?
I would say that's a difficult question. Once a compulsive gambler, always a compulsive gambler, I suppose, in some sense. So, you know, my reprieve is daily. So as long as I don't have that first bet, then the next ones that follow don't come. So my recovery, if you want to call it that, is dependent on me not having that first bet. So I can say I do a lot of work as a person and with others to support that I don't have that first bet.
And if I can take you back to when you were gambling, so before 2015, at what type of venue would you predominantly gamble at?
Predominantly, I was a TAB gambler. Yeah.
And what were you gambling on?
What if it was two flies running up a wall? Yeah, but mainly horses. You know, dogs. Yeah, that sort of thing. I was in the TABs at that point, so I'd have a whole bunch of bets running at the same time, but primarily racehorses.
Primarily racehorses at the TAB. And was there a particular venue or was it any of the TABs?
Any, yeah, whatever's closest usually. I had particular TABs that were kind of on my routes to between home and work, so those were often my go-to, simply because they were between point A and point B for me.
So in effect, for convenience, wherever there was a TAB convenience.
That's right. Yeah.
And did you, as I'm sure you're aware, this review is into the Star Entertainment Group's casinos in Queensland. Did you ever attend the Star casinos, either the Star on the Gold Coast or Treasury Brisbane?
Definitely Treasury Brisbane. Can't recall if I ever went to the Gold Coast.
Were either of those casinos a place you visited frequently?
I don't know whether frequently is the correct way to say it, but usually for me, the casinos were a place that I would go when, when the weekend came, and if I had money left over on a let's say a Saturday night after a big day of gambling on Saturday, then the casino would certainly be a place that I would go to continue gambling.
And by casino, you're referring to the Treasury Brisbane?
Brisbane, yes.
Thank you. And did you ever play electronic gambling machines, so poker machines? And how frequently would you do that?
I would say that that would be infrequently. If I went to a casino, so if I went to the Treasury, usually I would play on the tables. Would be the or in the obviously they have a TAB or a horse gambling venue in the Treasury as well.
Thank you. And you mentioned if you had money left over at the end of the week. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I guess I understand today that I was what you would call a last dollar gambler, which meant that if I had money, I would gamble until all that money was gone. There was only two reasons that I ever left a venue. That was either the venue closed and they kicked me out, or the money was gone. Usually it was the money was gone, but occasionally there would be times where I'd leave the venue when it closed with still having money in my pocket.
And so I'd like to talk to you about your personal experience being historically what you have just described as a compulsive gambler. So during the time at which you describe yourself as a compulsive gambler, how often do you estimate you would gamble?
Every day. And that was dependent on getting money, but for me, my experience as a compulsive gambler is that I would go to extreme lengths in order to get the resources to be able to gamble.
And by extreme, what are you referring to? Can you give an example?
Look, I would say that my mum and dad suffered greatly at the hands of my gambling, which means that when the money ran out, they would be the kind of people that I would lean on in order to get more money in order to gamble. And I guess the best single example I can give of that is my first ever full-time job on the day I got paid. I worked a split shift, so I had a 3-hour long lunch break from 12 to 3 p.m. In the space of that 3 hours, I proceeded to lose my first ever full-time wage. And rather than kind of, I guess, take responsibility for that, I called my mum. I said, you know, I don't get paid for another week. Can you spot me money to put petrol in my car and pay my phone bill and, you know, do all of the things that, you know, a normal person would do with their money when they got paid. You know, would have been no sooner that mum gave me that money that my intention was never to pay for the phone bill or put petrol in the car or do those things. It was to go back and gamble further with.
So you were lying to your parents to get further money.
Absolutely.
And so you've just mentioned daily gambling. What sort of amounts are we talking about in quantity? So you're talking about your first paycheck?
Yep.
What occupation did you have, or what was your
I was,
salary at that
you
time?
know, at that point in time, I was 17 years old. I was what the word would be. I was a gym instructor, but I was on a traineeship. So, you know, I probably made $200 for the week. So we're not talking about extreme or significant amounts of money. But as I think I've shared with you previously and had conversations about, it wasn't necessarily always just about the amount of money that I gamble. It was that I was gambling everything that I had access to.
And so if you were gambling everything you had access to, how are you paying for your daily expenses?
I wasn't. That's pretty much the truth of the matter. As I said, I leaned extremely heavily on my parents for more than a decade whilst I was gambling the way I was gambling.
And how do you think it affected your parents?
I mean, yeah, words can't describe for a kid. I guess that understanding that you've harmed the people that love you the most so significantly. I mean, I could see it. My mum was how I would best describe as money. So I think it caused significant mental anguish for my mother, and I think the psychological part of that harm turns into a physical harm. You know, so mum would be sick a lot, and that I believe was to do with the stress related to, you know, my actions.
And you seem to get a little bit emotional about talking about the effects of your mother. How does you looking back on the impacts that you've had on your family affect you even today?
I think for me today, my resolve is that, you know, I have to come and, you know, the reason I'm here today, I was, it's completely voluntary, and that's about doing my bit, my service, if you like, to help us understand gambling as one, but also it's important for me to do those things because that's part of my recovery. You know, to use your words from the start, part of my recovery is doing those things that ensure that I am, how would you put it? Not being selfish, self-centered, and inconsiderate in my actions. So it's about wanting to I'm rambling now. Sorry. Let me try and say that again. I think that my experience of gambling has enabled me or drives me to want to be better. So therefore, I do the things in my life today that are about staying away from gambling, and actually, it's about recovery. I would say, and if I could say the other side of that question, I was paying off my gambling debts probably 10 years into, recovery, if you like. So I was still paying off debts that I had accumulated whilst I was gambling 10 years after I had my last bet. So, I think there's always those kind of consequences and implications for gambling. That's the harm one of the harms that it causes.
And this might be a really obvious question, but do you think you're in control of your gambling? And what makes you say that?
We talk about in the self-help group that I go to, no mental defense against the first bet. Having had that bet sets off a craving whereby I'll gamble until, as I've said, there's nothing less, or they kick me out. And having stopped gambling, so having been kicked out or having lost all your money, the third step in my thinking is walk out the door, drive down the street, maybe beat on your steering wheel and say, I'll never do it again, only for the next thought to be, I wonder where I could get some more money from. I'll call mum or I'll do whatever. Just the thought to gamble for me was enough to set off that cycle, that what I call a revolving door of addiction. And it clearly showed me in my actions that gambling had the power in my life. I didn't have the power. So if I thought to gamble, I would gamble. And if I had one bet, I would keep betting until my money was all gone. And when the money was all gone, if I could get my hands on some more money, I'd go back to step A.
And so it was this recurring cycle.
Just this recurring cycle.
Can you describe how you felt when you would first enter a betting establishment with some money in your pocket?
I think the feeling started before that. The euphoria of the thought to gamble, particularly if you had money in your pocket, that was enough. Elevated heart rate, sweaty palms, excitement. And once upon entering a gambling venue, that was what I call the bubble space. I didn't have to think or worry about anything else. I was just there, and all I had to focus on was what was happening on the screens and writing my tickets and gambling.
And I know that this is really how long is a piece of string, but maybe if perhaps you can give me just a brief estimate, perhaps, of how long you would spend at the TAB each time.
As long as the money would last. So I'll try to expand on that. A Saturday, a standard Saturday, races maybe start at 11 o'clock in the morning. They probably kick you out of there about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So if I had money that lasted that long, then I would be there from the open and I'd be there at close. That was pretty standard. As I said, I had a job where for a while I worked a split shift. I would spend, I'd get out of there at 12 o'clock. I'd be back if I was doing okay, I'd be back at 2 minutes to 3. So I would squeeze everything I could into the time I had available. And look, completely honestly, there was times I was gambling where I should have been working. That's the simple experience of the compulsive gambler is I would be gambling time.
In your view, is it just those people who gamble for significant periods of time that suffer harm?
No, I don't. you know, if I recount again the definition of compulsive gambling is that if it's, how do I say it? Often it's about the things that are not monetary that I'm gambling with. So it's my family, it's my relationships, it's my job, it's whether I can put bread and milk on the table for for my child. They're the things that often we don't think about. So, okay, if someone goes and gambles for, 6 hours, that's a long time. But if I'm there gambling with the money that I should be buying my family's food with, that's a bigger issue. So I could get rid of my family's food money in half an hour, in an hour. So yeah, it's not always time. I think time is one element of it.
And from what you're saying there, it's not always necessarily the quantity of money that's being gambled either.
If I have a $20 bet and that's my last $20, then that's a big bet. If my wife is going to walk out because I don't put bread and milk on the table this week, that's a big bet. Again, if I am going to lose my job because I can't pull myself out of the TAB at 3 p.m. in the afternoon to go back and be on time to unlock the doors, that's a big bet.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the monetary value of that bet.
Do you think that gambling causes gambling harm to every individual that gambles?
No, I don't.
And is it your personal view that gambling should be banned? What do you think?
I think that gambling is not harmful in and of itself. It's addiction that is where the harm is caused. What I think that as a society, when we choose to allow the opportunity for people to choose to gamble, then we have to understand that providing those opportunities create the opportunity for addiction, and therefore gambling harm through addiction. So I think that there is an ethical consideration whenever we allow the opportunity for leisure activities through gambling, that there needs to be some sort of parameters around how we as a society want that to occur. Understanding that for some people it causes harm.
And what do you think those parameters should be, given you've got this lived experience?
I think that my own experience was that there were and was times where I had over time attempted to ban myself from gambling venues. I found out pretty quickly that whilst I banned myself, I could go back into those establishments quite easily. And in fact, I don't think I was ever stopped going back into any gambling establishment, even though I had banned myself. Up until one particular night, I was going to a pub, and there was a bouncer at the front door, and I don't know how this guy recognised my face, but he kind of said, "Oh, you've banned yourself from gambling establishments." I was like, "Yeah, I have." And that was a turning point for me. That was a turning point towards stopping gambling. So I think there's a real important part to that story, that is, when people recognize for themselves that gambling is a problem and they make steps to choose to not to gamble, there's really important requirements placed on gambling venues in order to ensure that people don't enter back into those places to gamble.
And I'd just like to be very clear about something. You've spoken about venues that you sought to exclude yourself from. You're not trying to say that you sought to exclude yourself from the Star and that they didn't pick that up, are you?
No.
And so
Maybe can I ask you this? When you sought to self-exclude yourself, was it simply from the one identified venue, or was it, if there were a chain of venues, shall we say, the whole of the chain?
Chain of venues.
Chain of venues, but thank you.
and so can I assume, based on the evidence you've given earlier, that that chain might be the TAB,
Yeah, I think it was Tabcorp or something like that. They
one of the Tabcorp entities?
So there'd be the one that you'd habitually go to. The people there would know you'd banned yourself, but go to one couple of suburbs away, they didn't know you. And what was the experience with that kind of venue?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely the case. I often joke, I drive to the other side of Brisbane if it meant that I could have a bet. So, and so what I mean by that is that, yes, absolutely. There are the frequented places that know you, but if the two suburbs over, the person doesn't know you, then they're not going to stop you from going in and gambling. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I know that your experience with self-exclusion is quite old. It did occur quite some time ago. What do you think gambling venues could do better to make a self-exclusion more effective?
I happen to know that just through my circles that there is a trial with facial recognition, for instance, in a gambling venue here in Brisbane. I mean, I can see the positives to that in that when someone is on a system and the camera is picking you up and facial recognition, I think there's there's a less risk of human error or human inability to know, if there's 30 or 40 or 100 people that are excluded from this venue, a person at the front counter might not pick that up.
And that might have avoided what occurred in your circumstance where you drove across town just to find someone that didn't recognise you.
Yeah.
I'd like to change topics a little bit, if that's all right. Some people have raised with this inquiry the concept of pre-setting limitations on electronic gambling machines. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's one part of a solution. It's not the whole solution. Again, if I can go and gamble on multiple machines and have that same limit every time, then I guess what I'm saying here is that people who want to gamble significant amounts of money will find ways to gamble significant amounts of money, in the sense that they will go to multiple machines or multiple games and spend money across a variety of venues or games in order to spend that money. So I think that it's part of it. It's not the whole solution.
Did you ever seek to set your own limits? Would you ever have what you would say would be your daily limit, or say, I don't want to spend this much?
Yes, absolutely. For anyone that wanted, not that I let anyone see them, but my bank account would, during that time, testify that, I would take $20 or $40 out of my bank account. I would go and I would gamble, and when the $40 were gone, I would go back and I'd take another $40 out. So what's going on in my head is, I'm only going to gamble $40 today. Oh, I'm only do you know? So absolutely, I think I psychologically set limits, but because gambling had more control over my life than I did, then I just sought to keep going.
So it wasn't effective setting your own limits. So I suppose that answers my next question about, do you think voluntary preset limits would have worked for you, where you voluntarily go in to say the TAB and say, today I only want to spend $100?
I guess the question for me is, how is that? How do you implement such a strategy? I think it's great. You know, if I can walk in and say I'm going to set $100 limit, and there is a mechanism in place that allows me to only spend $100, and that there is some accountability around that I only spend $100, then that's a positive thing. It allows people choice to say, I only want to spend X amount of money today, and there is something in place to ensure that that is all that occurs.
Thank you. So then obviously, if you would support voluntary preset limits, you would then perhaps agree that mandatory preset limits might have worked for you, so that you cannot go above a particular amount. If you had a card, you went into a venue, and it was a mandatory amount set on that card and you couldn't go above it, would that have worked for you, or would you have just found a way around it?
It would have worked for me in that venue. Yeah, that's a really difficult question. I mean, knowing myself as a compulsive gambler, one of the things that I talk about is going to any lengths, and that means that if I wanted to gamble, I'd find a way to gamble. That's the clearest I can be about that. However, any mechanisms in place that support me to be more in control of my gambling are, I think, a positive thing.
And by more in control, do you mean features that make it harder?
Yeah, because I never went into any gambling establishment wanting to lose all of my money. That was, in fact, it was quite the opposite. I didn't go in there wanting to walk out with nothing, and so it was definitely a part of it that psychologically, at least, I didn't want to spend all of my money. So if there is an option or mechanism that allows me to, before I get into the craziness of it, set a limit, then I think that's positive. Again, I just want to reiterate that for the compulsive gambler, they may find other ways around that. So it's a part of the solution. It's not the whole solution.
What do you think are other parts of the solution?
Look, I think for me is that what's the most important point here is that when people are on that road to recognition that gambling is a problem for them, that there are the appropriate people and services in place to allow them to move away from gambling. I think that you know, things like advertising of gambling is significant and in people's face. And for the compulsive gambler, where one thought to gamble sets off the activity or the action of gambling, there are very real consequences. And of course, why else would you advertise, right? Unless you wanted to get people to undertake that activity. So I think that there is a need to be mindful about the way in which we showcase or advertise gambling. I think that where people have made a choice not to gamble, probably shouldn't want to bring them back into those venues, because just one bet is enough for the compulsive person, you know, that's in addiction to. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I think that it's certainly part of the solution is about having mechanisms in place to make uncontrolled gambling harder. That's one part of it. I think there is a need for accountability of those organisations that allow gambling to occur. That's about, I think it's about transparency. It's about understanding what is the appropriate way to understand gambling harm and how to, what data is required in order to understand whether the activities that are occurring in particular organisations are harmful. And I think that when there are those sorts of places, that those places should have some sort of requirement to have people in those organisations or that are connected to those organisations that can help people. I think that, I guess I just question whether, you know, because I have read a bit about, you know, the emphasis on a staff member, for instance, to approach a person who they believe might be a problem gambler, to try and stop them from gambling. I just wonder whether they're the right people to do that, and whether there needs to be some more separation from the organisation that is facilitating the gambling and the people that actually are speaking to people who believe it.
Okay, you've raised three, I think, really important issues in your answer there that I just want to unpack a little bit more. Probably the easiest one, because you were just dealing with it, was about having an employee from the casino being the one to approach somebody that might be suffering from gambling harm. Who do you think is the best person to approach someone in a facility? Sorry, in an establishment?
I think somebody whose job it is to help someone that wants to stop gambling from stopping gambling.
And you don't think that's somebody that works for the casino?
I struggle to think or see how their job is based on. So there's in some way, shape or form, there's a conflict of interest that someone who was paid by the profits of gambling would want someone to stop gambling.
And what other organisation or other body do you think would be most appropriate, if you know?
Yeah, I mean, I know of organisations like Gambling Harm. I think they call themselves Gambling Harm, run by
Relationships Australia.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I believe they do a fair bit in that space. I'm not sure exactly how far that service extends into, but I'm pretty sure they have gambling counsellors. And I have a friend who I know has attended one of the casinos in Queensland, and I'm not sure how far that went. Whether that was just a stall saying, "Hey, you know, we're Gambling Harm Queensland" or whatever, and having a bit of a stall and pamphlets or whatnot. But I think there's benefits and positive elements to that sort of thing where it's visible, you know, that there is a someone here to help and visibly so within somewhere like a casino. I think that's a positive thing, because again, you know, what we're talking about here a lot today is choice. And so, you know, I think it's important that even if you're in a casino and you want to stop gambling, that there is some visible and very real opportunity to get the support you need. And I think what I'd add to that is, I seen through those, the posters that they put in the toilets about, is gambling causing you more harm than whatnot? And I stared through those kinds of things just because it was simply very easy to look beyond that, not see that, not get affected or influenced by that because it was just a poster on the wall and look the other way kind of thing. I think it's different if there are where people are involved or there's an opportunity.
From your experience, is it more often the case that a person who is harmed or has that problem knows it, acknowledges it, and goes looking for something that might help them? But because from what you're explaining, if it's brochures or a stand or something like that, that really utility of something like that is dependent upon recognition and approaching and so forth. Or to make a contrast, is the majority, or is it more often the case that there is a reluctance on the part of the person to look inwardly, see there is a problem, and in fact, almost to a point of resisting assistance? Is there a spectrum there, or do most fall into one category or the other?
I think, I think that for the compulsive gambler, there is a reluctance or unwillingness to acknowledge that gambling is a problem. In fact, I would say, as a compulsive gambler, that gambling was my solution. Difficulties with living life. Well, guess what? If I go into a venue and spend X amount of hours there where I don't have to think about or am not thinking about all of the problems in my life, then, in some way, shape or form, as counterintuitive as it is, gambling was my solution at that point in time. Of course, over time, coming to the recognition that in fact it wasn't the solution that I thought it was actually the problem. Does that?
Perhaps I'm asking something that you were going to ask, but when it comes to those who resist identifying themselves as having the problem, is there some means you could see of identification at a casino, for example, or other venue, of people who fall into that category, and some way of approaching them and perhaps getting them to see the light? Is that done at all, or is it just too hard to do?
My understanding is there are attempts to do those sorts of things, and I think most organisations have some sort of policy around that. However, there's this gap between the policy intent and how that plays out. I think that one of the things I was saying is about who does that approach is
Yes,
really important.
I was going to ask you whether you had a view about that, or perhaps Ms. Helliwell was going to ask that line, and I'll invite her to do so.
I'm more than happy to ask that. So who do you think would be the best person to make that approach?
Again, I think I have to go back to to people with some sort of professional experience and who are separate from or not paid by those gambling establishments. So I guess what I'm saying, I think there needs to be some sort of partnership or relationship that extends outside of the profit business of a gambling venue. That there are people that are not or don't have some commitment or connection to wanting to see those people spend their money in gambling venues that are there solely for the purpose of supporting people to stop gambling if that is their wish. Yeah. So again, gambling harm. I don't know proper name, but Relationships Australia, those sorts of organisations strike me as the sorts of organisations that are committed to supporting people to stop gambling if they want to stop gambling. So for me, it makes some sense that those types of organisations should be involved in potentially speaking with people if it's identified that, hey, this person has been here for the last 2 weeks on those machines for 12 hours and they've spent X amount of money. You know, our data shows that that's the case. Then, you know, who does that approach in that case, I think is very important.
So you would think that it's important that whoever does the approach has a range of data to draw from to assist them in undertaking that task.
Again, I think that's my understanding that most of that data would be available and that any organisation in the business of making money from gambling have some sort of awareness about the amount of money and time people are spending in their, you know, in their venues. So I think it's about how we think about the use of that data that can be both for profit, but also supporting people or acknowledging or being able to identify when people are perhaps, you know, in a place where gambling has become a problem for them.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Thank you. I promised you I'd go back to 3 points. We've dealt with one. The other 2 points, and I'll give you a heads up of what they were so you don't forget, because the question was some time ago. You mentioned accountability and you also mentioned transparency. What do you mean by accountability when we're talking about a gambling operator?
I'll use just one example because it's the only one I can think of, is that if how many people are coming to that organisation in any given period of time saying gambling is a problem for me, or I want to self-exclude myself, or whatever. Accountability and transparency for me is one, understanding that. Two, how many of those attempts to self-exclude actually turn into a self-exclusion, and three, you know, are those people coming back into those venues once they have taken on a self-exclusion? So I think for me, and again, this is off the top of my head, that goes some way to being accountable. And obviously transparency is about the need to report that beyond just the internal organisation, but there is some sort of external transparency and therefore accountability for identifying, supporting people who see gambling as a problem, and it's about, and how do they support that. I think there's a whole bunch of other stuff. When people do self-exclude, is there a follow-up steps? How are we triaging those people to seek support? I think if it's not done by a venue, then in an external organisation, then that triage is more streamlined. So they might be speaking with people who can be also the support people.
Thank you. You've reviewed some of the stars, what they call responsible gambling policies, haven't you? Do you wish to make any comment on those?
My comment again is that a policy is just exactly that, a policy, and policy without some way of ensuring that those policies are being followed through are just words on a page. So I think that policies in and of themselves, to me, so you know, a lot of the things that are in the policies make sense. What I'm less sure about is actually are we able to are we accountable to them, and is there a transparency about those commitments within those policies?
Thank you. Speaking of one of the policies, if there was a policy which made reference to asking a patron to leave after 12 hours, would that have minimized the harm you suffered from gambling?
Me personally, probably not, because trying to think. I don't know if I was very rarely in any venue for 12 hours, but I was there every single day. So if I'm there every single day for 6 hours, that's okay. But I've got to be. I could be there once a week for 12 hours, and that's not. I think that I get the intent of that. I'm just not sure that it accurately captures how gambling causes harm.
What about a limit to the amount that can be lost by reference to a person's means? Do you understand that question?
Yeah. So people can only bet in amounts which are in accordance with the means that they have to gamble.
Exactly.
Again, I think that there are positive elements to that, and that would certainly have limited the amount of money that I was able to spend gambling. How again, my question always comes back to how are we accountable to what mechanisms are in place to if we can deliver on the intent of such a policy, then I think that's great.
Thank you. I might change the line of questioning a little bit if that's all right. Sorry, I seem to have jumped a little bit in that one. Do you think that somebody like yourself who is experiencing addiction, do you think such a person can make a rational decision about their gambling?
I think it goes to your point earlier on that there is reason is out the window when someone is in the grips of compulsive or addiction gambling. So once reason has gone out the window, then it can't be rational. I think that's the simple.
Do you think a gambling provider should have some responsibility to assist patrons who are acting irrationally? Yes. There is an end in sight to my questions. I apologise. What do you think are some of the factors that can contribute to gambling addiction? And I'm particularly interested in, for example, Indigenous Australians.
I think that society is reasonably well versed in the kind of precipitators of gambling. Often, it is my own experience that trauma plays a large part in that. So undealt with trauma is certainly a significant part of that. Obviously, we also know that lower socioeconomic, lower education, all of these things are precipitators of addiction, whether that's gambling or any other sort of addiction. I think that for me, I think trauma and undealt with our undealt with trauma is certainly a massive part of addiction.
Thank you. I have no more questions for witness A, Mr. Gotterson, unless I can assist you any further.
Thank you. I'll ask now Mr. Beecham if he has any questions to ask you.
Please no, I only have a couple of questions for you. But the first is you were asked about your ability to, or your attempts to self-exclude from the TAB. And I think you said that there was a problem because the people at your local would know your face, but the people across town might not. Could I ask you a slightly different question about that? Would you be supportive of the concept of self-exclusion information being shared across different gambling establishments? So your self-exclusion at the TAB being shared with the casinos and the RSLs and the other places?
I think that is, yeah, I mean, I think that's a positive thing, you know. If someone is identifying that gambling is a problem for them, all gambling venues are problematic for that person.
Should be told. My second question is about the, you were asked by Ms. Helliwell about the 12-hour limit. In your experience, would it have been of assistance to you if the establishments you visited had a procedure by which at 3 hours, they came and said to you, you need to take a break from this?
And I guess I'll give the same answer, is that time limits are part of it. They're not the whole story, because I can do, in the right circumstances, I can do significant harm just by having one bet. So again, would have been good if someone come to me, you know, if I had been there at 11 o'clock and still there at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. It might have done. It's hard to know, because what happens beyond that? What's the next step, and how is that followed? Because if I can go to the next, if they say, right, you've got to go, but I can go to the next TAB over and bet for 3 hours and 3 hours and 3 hours, then yes, that makes it a little bit harder for me, but not insurmountable, because that's what I would do as a compulsive gambler.
Fair to say part of the solution, but certainly not the whole solution.
I would agree with you on that point, that if you think that just putting in time limits reduce gambling harm, we haven't got to where we need to get to.
Would it also need some sharing of information, where if someone after 3 hours has been told to move on, that everyone in the network knows that that's happened, so when they come knocking at the next door, that's known?
Yeah, I think there has to be some
elaboration,
some way of being able to be linked or collaboration, as you put it, to ensure that that we're not just shopping around. I suppose is probably the way we could put it, in terms of where we gamble.
And do you think it's helpful that at that 3 hour point that we're talking about, the person who comes to you doesn't simply say you're out, but has a conversation with you and says, you've been doing this for a while, you should take a break, are you okay? Do you think that's a helpful thing?
I think that, and to reiterate what I was saying before, I think it matters as much who that is that does that approach, as opposed to what we would like them to say. Because again, I think there's a couple of things, and one of them would be, if I'm a staff member waiting drinks in a casino, my ability to do that is probably limited, and someone might say, look, go and speak to that person over there, and all you go up and just kind of go, how you going? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, great. Get out of there. I think whereas someone that maybe understands compulsion or addiction in a different way might approach that conversation in a different way.
Somebody who's got some training and understanding about those issues. Thank you very much.
Anything by way of re-examination?
No, Mr. Gotterson.
Thank you.
Might witness A be excused?
Certainly, and may I thank you, sir, for your attendance and your valuable contribution today. Thank you. You're excused.
Mr. Gotterson, I think about now is the time that we were proposing to break for lunch, if that's convenient.
Yes.
The next two witnesses are scheduled to appear by video link at 2:30. Is that convenient?
I think it is. I was wondering that would mean a 2-hour break rather than the usual half hour. There's nothing in the next 20 minutes that we could usefully do.
Not that we know of, Mr.
Very well.
Gotterson. Our proposal is that we use that to test the video link.
Oh, fine. Yes. I was going to ask about that. Should we resume slightly before 2:30 to make sure the
Yes.
link is going, or you don't need us here?
We
Please.
don't need you there, Mr. Gotterson, but the proposal is to test it at 2 p.m. and then to resume at 2:30 with it all hopefully working.
Oh, all right. Well, perhaps we'll do that. I'll ask Mr. Beecham if there's any other thing that you can see that we could usefully do.
No, nothing that I can think of. Mr. Gotterson.
Very well. And for the rest of the day, I think you mentioned about an hour for the next witnesses.
Yes, that's right.
And then
we have Mr. Taliafoa,
yes,
who is the responsible gambling manager at the Star for this afternoon and perhaps into tomorrow.
yes, very well. And we will keep the usual court hours. I think adjourn at 4:30 or wherever's closely convenient to that. I can't think of any other admin thing that we can need to resolve for today. And he will be here in person, won't he? He's not by.
He will
by
be, that's
link.
correct.
Yes, and the link, the people in Melbourne who are by link are together. Is it envisaged you'll be asking one of them a series of questions, and then Mr. Beecham questions for that person, and then move to the other, or is it a more collaborative?
I think it would be more collaborative. They certainly won't be. They won't be sort of talking over the top of each other. But I was envisaging that they would both give their evidence at the same time, and then Mr. Beecham would have an opportunity to ask any questions.
Does that cause any difficulties for you?
Absolutely none.
It doesn't. Very well, that's good. Well, I think at this point then we'll adjourn until 2:30 this afternoon.
All rise. This inquiry is adjourned until 2:30 p.m.
We're muted.
If you go down to join audio,
It was working in the break, Mr. Gotterson, I assure you. I did do the test myself and I have had.
Uh-huh.
Are you
Witness
wanting
B.
us to do sound check?
Oh, yes, we have. So you can hear us, Witness C, and Witness B, can you hear us now as well? I might let Mr. Associate take the affirmation again because I'm not sure
Yes.
it was heard the first time.
Thank you.
she's on mute still. No, she's not in. Sorry.
Witness B, do you solemnly affirm and declare that the evidence given by you to the inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Witness C, do you solemnly affirm and declare that the evidence given by you to the inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Gotterson made an order today that pursuant to section 16 of the Commissions of Inquiry Act, there is to be no reporting or publication of any information that identifies or tends to identify either of you. On that basis, throughout this hearing, we will be referring to you, as we already have, as Witness B and Witness C. Witness B, your name is known to Mr. Gotterson, those assisting him, as well as those representing the Star Entertainment Group. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yes. And your address is known to Mr. Gotterson and those assisting him as well. Is that correct, Witness B?
Yes.
Sorry, that was for Witness B.
Oh, sorry.
And
It's
you're-
hard sometimes to hear between B and C.
I apologise. I'll try and speak up.
Yes,
So Witness B, and your address is known to Mr. Gotterson and those assisting him as well. Is that correct?
yes,
Thank you. And now, Witness C, your name is also known to Mr. Gotterson, those assisting him and those representing the Star Entertainment Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your address is also known to Mr. Gotterson and those assisting him, as well as those representing the Star Entertainment Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. By way of brief background, Mr. Gotterson, Witness C works with an agency who supports those recovering from gambling-related harm. She also has experienced such harm after, and this is using her words, losing 10 years of her life to electronic gambling machines. She will speak about how a person's home life and personal setting can make them more vulnerable to what gambling providers offer. The second of these witnesses, who we will refer to as Witness B, will speak about her experience as a partner of someone suffering gambling addiction. These witnesses have a connection which will likely become apparent, and for that reason, they will be giving their evidence together about the lived experience with dealing with the effects of gambling harm. So, Witness C, you have heard my brief introduction. You currently work with an agency that supports those recovering from gambling addiction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is your job title?
My job title is Coordinator of Lived Experience. And so I support people with lived experience to use that to advocate for change.
And you yourself have experienced gambling harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you be comfortable telling Mr. Gotterson about that?
Certainly. I was introduced in a seemingly harmless way to poker machines when they came to Victoria 30 years ago. I used to go with a group of women, 5 of us, 2 or 3 times a year. We never spent more than $20 and we never stayed longer than we wanted to. And we had what looked like fun at the time, and it seemed innocent. My life has not been easy. I've had a lot of tragedy. 2 of my 5 children died. My marriage was in having serious problems, a lot of arguing and unhappiness. And I had one night after a particularly bad argument, left the house and thought, what do I do? Where do I go? Just to calm down. And I found myself in one of those places that I went with my friends. And that was the first night I had ever been in a pub by myself, the first night I had ever gone to the pokies, as we call them, by myself, and the first night I stayed longer and spent more money than I had meant to. And I was able, when I looked back, to see that that was the beginning of the end. And I also learned later that the machines did what they are designed to do, which was to calm me down and settle me down and take me to another place. And I was going often by myself. I went everywhere that I was. If I traveled, if I was on holidays, if I was visiting family, I would find somewhere to gamble. It had taken over my brain. I just couldn't see that there was any other way to do it. And I found myself gambling when I didn't mean to, when I didn't intend to. When I was driving home from work, I would make excuses to go, like needing, having a free cup of coffee. Well, that was the most expensive cup of coffees I've ever had. I lost more money than I can count. I lost every last shred of my self-esteem. I tried to stop countless times and then found myself back in again. I was affected by inducements. I used to go to the casino and think, oh, well, you get free coffee and free rewards points and free parking. And then, of course, every time I intended to only stay a short time and not spend more than I had decided before I went in. And I was not ever able to do that until I finally found my way out. It took years to unpack what had happened to my brain, that it had, because I learned the machines are designed to do that. They kind of take over your brain. And I was horrified at that. The messaging around gambling had made it worse. The problem gambler label and the responsible gambling, set a limit and stick to it, because I thought of myself as a responsible person. I taught that to my children. I was that in every other part of my life, but I couldn't be responsible when it came to gambling. And I later realized that it wasn't possible to be responsible with a product that was designed to addict. And so I eventually, with a lot of help, a lot of counseling groups, I did all sorts of different kinds of therapies. I did a lot of talking and a lot of thinking and a lot of writing. I found that I could begin to believe that I could stop and stay stopped, because it was every time I stopped, I thought, will this be the real time? And it has now been about 13 years or thereabouts since I gave any money to the gambling industry. And I now would like to see reform happening so that people are protected from what happened to me. So, and I suppose the last thing I would say is that at its worst, at the deepest, darkest, worst times for me, the only way I could see out was to die.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that last one?
The only way I could see out was to die. And I lived often like that. There were lots and lots of days where I just thought the only way out is to die. And I know I'm not alone in that. I've spoken to many people who tell the same stories.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That's a lot to unpack. Was your gambling at the Stars operations in Queensland?
Not that I'm aware of, and to be honest, I gambled wherever I went, and I have family in Queensland, so it's likely I might have. I don't have a clear recall of all the places that I gambled because a lot of it's fuzzy. You're not really aware of where you are and what you're doing, but people gamble wherever, and I gambled wherever I went.
And if you had to estimate how frequently, when you were at your highest gambling, how frequently were you gambling?
Daily, and for long periods of time. There were times when I stayed inside a venue for all day.
And do you have any idea of the quantity of money you were gambling in a day?
No, but it would have been, there were times when it was in the thousands and I didn't have that money spare. It wasn't spare money. I was juggling credit cards to pay bills and hiding things. And the other thing that needs to be noted is nobody knew what was happening to me. Nobody in my family. They knew that I was gambling, but they didn't know to what degree, to what extent, and it was a complete secret. And nobody knew until I went public and started talking about it.
And did you have a type of venue that you would frequent more often than others, or was it any gambling venue?
It was mostly the local pubs and clubs, but I went to casinos as well. And it was only poker machines. I didn't gamble on anything else.
So it was only on gambling machines, did you say?
Yes, only on electronic gambling machines.
Something you touched upon earlier that I'd like to take you back to was the use of particular terminology. You mentioned problem gambling and that you don't like that terminology and you don't like responsible gambling terminology. Is there a terminology for those that you prefer?
As instead of problem gambler particularly, which is a very stigmatizing label, it is that we are people who are harmed by gambling. And with responsible gambling, that's a term that belongs to responsible service of gambling. That's where that belongs. It doesn't belong to the user. It belongs to the provider of the product. And it doesn't work with a machine that's designed to addict. How can you serve it responsibly or use it responsibly?
In a previous discussion that you've had with Mr. Horton and me, you mentioned you had particular views on the use of the terminology gaming and play when one talks about gambling. Are you able to explain that to Mr. Gotterson?
Sure. The way I see it is that they're terms that are meant to soften the impact of the fact that one is gambling. It's not gaming. Gaming is something that my kids do on their whatever they use these days. Not Nintendos anymore, is it? And there's a skill set that's involved in gaming that isn't used not in electronic poker machines. You press a button and put your money in and press another button and that's it. And it's random. And it's all, and I think it's meant to soften the impact of what's actually happening. And when we talk about, and I used to use the term playing a poker machine, and playing pokies is even another more of a derivative that makes it sound quite innocent. You're playing, it's not playing, it's gambling. They're not pokies, they're poker machines or electronic gaming machines, gambling machines, you see? It's hard to let go of the language when you hear it so often. And I think it's industry has put that out there to soften the impact of what it is that their business is about, and government as well. Government wants the message softened too.
Thank you. And is it through your work that you met Witness B?
It is, but not. Both members of a theatre group, and I have known her for many years, and she is a remarkable woman, and she uses her experience to try and change the conversation, which is what we all do. We want to change the conversation of gambling, to reduce to stop the normalisation of gambling in Australia.
Thank you. I might now ask witness B some questions, because I think that's a pretty good lead into witness B. Can you please explain your circumstance when it comes to gambling harm, how you were affected?
Yeah, when my first marriage was over, then I moved to Australia, and with my 3 girls. I was a single mother, and I had my 3 girls, and through a friend of mine, I met my second husband. And I didn't know, in the beginning, I didn't know he was a gambler. I did not know anything about gambling. And later, we started having financial issues. Now, I think after 3 or 4 months being with him, and I could see he was just always trying to borrow money from people. Whatever money I had, I gave it to him. And then always he was lost and always making excuses, wanted money. And I didn't know what he was doing, but he was boasting about blackjack to me, saying that he loves playing blackjack and he's really, really good at it. And I thought, yeah, it's just a game, nothing else, because I did not have any knowledge about gambling or gambling addiction. And we were living in Brisbane at that time. And then he started going to casino. That time it was Conrad Jupiter's Casino. I think it was in Gold Coast. Yeah. And telling me that, oh, I'm very good at blackjack and I'll make some money. So, and it's like an outing for me. So I believed him. And then later he started having financial difficulties. And through I don't remember how, but I found out that he was a gambler. He was addicted to gambling, and he was going to the casino to gamble. Whatever money he had, or he borrowed from people, or stole, or lied to obtain that money, he gambled everything. And he came from Singapore, where his 2 other siblings were gamblers too.
And so, sorry, I won't interrupt you. Keep going.
And to keep his addiction, he had to lie, borrow, steal, and pawn all the household items, whatever we had. And also, like such as TV, washing machine, and whatever he could get his hands on, because he was just wanted money to gamble. And also I had my gold jewelries, and one day I saw them in the pawn shop and I couldn't believe my eyes. And I thought I would buy them back, but at home we were no safe place to keep anything, because he will be looking in every corner, everywhere to find any money. And then later he found me a job, and I was working, but then I needed someone to look after my children. And I met this beautiful older woman who was looking for a place to stay. So she came and stayed with us. She was taking care of my children, and I was working. And she trusted him. And then what he did, he lied to her and betrayed her, and she couldn't read and write in English. He gave her a form to sign because he knew she had some money in the bank, her term deposit, which I helped her to put that money in there. And he took her money out too, every single cent from her bank. And then she left, and I couldn't, and I had to leave work too. And we were just financially, we were struggling. I didn't know. I was just living in fear and shame because I had to borrow money from my sisters, which I never did before. And sorry, it's just with
No, that's okay. Take your time.
And yeah, we started having argument because of money, what was happening. And he was working. So what was he doing? He was every Friday, he was at the casino and he telling me, my friend owes me money. He borrowed money from me and I'm going to get that money back from him. And even if it takes whole day or night, I will wait for him. And someday he will come. He was doing that quite often. And sometimes he will come with $20 or nothing. When he came home with nothing, then he will tell me, oh, I waited for him all day and night too, but he never came. I'm so angry at him. And in the meantime, I received my superannuation from my country where I worked for many years, and that money came in really, really good time. So I paid all my debts because we are always behind our bills, overdue rents, telephone bills, electricity bills, because we didn't have money. And he couldn't see what was going on because he was so obsessed with gambling. And then with my money, I paid all the bills and bought necessities for the house and things for my children. And rest, I opened savings account for my children, two girls, and for myself. And then rest, I put it in term deposit for my children's education. And then later I found out our savings accounts were closed. And I went to the bank to inquire about my term deposit, and I was told, your account is closed. And then when I asked to speak with the manager, and manager was really rude, and he said, don't you have a husband? He came here, you needed money urgently. Your mother passed away in Canada and you needed to go to her funeral. And no, I spoke to my mother this morning and she's well and alive. So he took all my term deposit, forged my signature. And bank said, if you want, you have to go to the police. I was living with him. I couldn't go to the police. So I asked him and he threatened me and said, just have to forget about that money. Just let it go. So that's what I did. And things started really, really bad. We couldn't survive, no money there. And I think one stage, I was so sick of it that in my mental states, it started affecting my health. I was mentally and emotionally exhausted because of financial situation. And I haven't told this to my girls, they don't know, but I got into the car and drove to, where was it? Gateway Story Bridge, I think, yeah, Story Bridge. And I said to myself, that is it. That's it. I can't keep on going like this. It is my second marriage and this is failing too. We can't survive and I will end my life and my children's life. But thank God that didn't happen that day somehow. It did happen because my girls are beautiful, beautiful girls. And sorry.
No, take your time. That's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, all this was happening because he was gambling. He was obsessed with gambling, and we were living in shame and fear. And casino was his favorite place where he was crazy playing blackjack, never bothered about us. So I decided to leave him. And I knew if I don't leave him, I won't have. Oh, no, sorry. Before that, I had. Well, yes, yeah, I decided to leave him. And then he threatened me. He said, if I leave him, he will kill me. So I went to the police, and police told me to go somewhere and hide where he won't be able to find you. So I moved to New South Wales to my sisters, and he never left us alone. Started harassing, talking, false accusations, and constant phone calls meant I couldn't stay at my sister's place because it was disturbing all of them. I didn't want to see my family going through because of me. So, and then on the same token, he was crying and begging me to come back to him. So I came back to him thinking that he might be and saying that I'm a Chinaman. I came back and again, he was worse. He was worse. There was no money, nothing. And I said to him, why don't we apply for Centrelink? And he said, don't, because we are under investigation. And leave it to me. So, and then I asked him, why? Why are we under investigation? And he said, I don't know. I'm trying. So one fortnight went, then another, and he kept on making excuses. And I said, okay, I'm going to Centrelink. And he told me, no, you're not going. Don't even think of going near Centrelink because you will jeopardize everything. I don't know why, but I believed him. And Christmas was around the corner. We didn't have any money to buy groceries or anything. And one of our good friends, she brought something, and his two beautiful children from his first marriage came. So he brought a bag of groceries somehow. And soon after Christmas, one day I was outside hanging washing or something, and he was inside, and postman came, and I checked. There was mail from the Centrelink, and I opened it, and we were getting money from Centrelink since the day we arrived. And so I went and asked him, and he got really, really angry. He said, you have to believe me, the Centrelink has made mistake. This letter must belong to someone else, and they have sent it to us. And just let it go. And I said, no, it's a black and white. It tells us. And he got so angry that he kicked the door, adjacent door to the dining room, had glass in the door, and the glass broke, and the sharp end in the middle. And that day, one of my middle daughter didn't go to school. She had chicken pox, but I wanted to make sure that we were getting money. So it was Queensland, beautiful Queensland day, I think 35 degrees. We both walked for 45 minutes to the bank. And then I was told, yes, you have been getting this money. And every second week, your husband is coming here and taking this money out and using it. Then I remembered every second Thursday, he used to get dressed and telling me, my friend owes me money. I'm going to get the money from him. So that's what he was doing. And we were suffering in the house. And he was going to casino with all those money every second Thursday. And it happened for, I think, over 2-3 months. And I don't know what to think of it. I don't know why I was so naive, but yeah, that was that time. And then after that, and then he, after kicking the door, he left the house. And when we came back from the bank, my two daughters, younger ones, they were playing some kind of game, throwing their toys from one end to the other, and that broken hole there, and then sharp end just went right inside her arm muscle, and she still has the scar there. And I think lately she spent lots of money to get rid of that scar, make it look a bit better, because there was a trainee doctor who did it, and it was, looked really ugly. And so we left him. I mean, after that, I had to move to New South Wales again to my sisters, and police told me, make sure you don't come back this time and hide there. So I did, but he never left us alone. And then I had to move to Women's Refuge in New South Wales, where I was there for, I don't know, 8 months or what, I don't remember very well. But I was there with my two little ones. My older one, I have 3 children. My older one was 12. She is 12 years older than my two little younger ones. So I think that time she went to Europe or something. And then we were at the refuge for over 8 months. And I decided after 8 months, I can't carry on like this. My children have been changing their primary schools so much. And it was affecting their education. And I said, I don't want to do that when they start high school, because they were about to start high school soon. So I decided to move back to Queensland, because I felt Queensland was my home. And I knew there would be consequences. So I paid my life insurance, made my will, thinking if anything happens to me, at least my children will be okay. There will be money. My older daughter can look after them. buy the house, they will have roof over their head and they will have enough money for their education. So we moved back to Queensland, and because I knew there would be consequences, and it didn't take him long to find out we were back. In one sunny, beautiful Queensland day when my children were at school, he was inside the house with a knife. And I was his captive for over 3 hours. Before that, I thought I wasn't scared of death. If death comes, I'm okay. I'm sick of living this life. I'll go and my children will be okay. But when death was staring right at me, I was begging for my life. I wasn't ready to go. And because my neighbors knew him, so we went to court many times because my old place, he was stalking all the time and neighbors could see his car driving around our block. And so this, I don't know, somehow this one of my neighbors suspected something, or I don't know, or my guardian angel came to help me. She knocked at our door. And then he quickly just left and threw his knife in the bush. And I was so sick of calling the police. I was so sick. I was so embarrassed because the neighborhood I was living in, they were beautiful neighborhood. They never had police coming for any reason. And since I moved in there, police were coming every time. So this time I said, I'm not going to call the police. So I just stayed in the house and cried for 1 or 2 hours. And then I thought, no, I have to call the police. And I told them that everything is okay. He was here and he has left. Please don't send anyone. I am okay. I just want to let you know that this is what has happened. And police were very aware of my case because I had to call them many times. And then it was a female officer and she said to me, please just stay there. Don't move. We are sending the police. I said, no, I don't want. I was so sick and tired of it. So and then in no time, police came. And there was one police constable. He was my angel. And he came and he said, because he came with other police many times and never spoke. And I was so embarrassed. I thought he must be thinking, look at this stupid woman wasting our time, calling us all the time. And that day he came again and he said, the first time he spoke to me, he said, don't worry, I have been coming here all the time. I know what is going on. So we will take care of it. And so before that, he was jailed for stalking and things for 1 month or a few times for a month or so. And that time he was jailed for 6 months. And after that, he left us alone and police took care of it. But he didn't leave us completely alone because he was in the jail. He was hiding behind religion. One Catholic nun, she was helping him and he's telling her that he loves us so much, loves his family and he wants us back. So if she can help, and she called me. So I told her whatever, I don't know, whatever I told her. And then she was really nice. She said, don't worry, I'm here to help you. If you need any help, just call me. And same thing happened with private investigators. When we were in New South Wales, he hired private investigator to find us. And she also called me and said, I want to see you. And I was very, very nervous that time too. I was just crying. I didn't know what was going on. And because she was working for him, that's what she told me. But I went and met her and she told me that she knows him and his friends, they don't look good. They are up to something. So she had advice from her lawyer partner that she has to help me and leave work for him. She told me that she was going against the law, but she's not going to work for him anymore, and told me to make sure you look after yourself because a partner said they don't want to see a woman and 3 children dead. and it's writing in the newspaper next time. So it's lots of small things kept on happening. I don't recall everything, but it's very painful to tell everything because it's taking me back where I left long time ago. But like I said, yeah, this is important. Like he said, he was hiding behind religion. He used to change his religion. If he met Catholic person, he will become Catholic. If he met some other priest, he will become born again Christian. So he met these two priests and he became born again Christian, and they were helping him a lot. And they came to my place 3 or 4 times, and being priest, I respected them, invited them in, made cup of tea for them, but they believed every word he told them. And he said to me, you are living in sin, you are living with another man. And I told him, no, I'm renting here, I'm not living with someone. And he said, your husband is very nice person, he's crying every day, he wants you guys back, just come to him. And just 3 times they came, and 4th time when they came to my house, they said, please look after yourself, don't go back to him. He borrowed 4,000 or 5,000 something from them, and they don't know where he is. So things kept on happening. People kept on calling us for, I don't know, because people believed he's lying. He was a professional liar. Just to keep up his gambling addiction, he became a professional liar too. He wasn't only a professional gambler, but a liar too. And I don't even remember what I was going to say. So sorry.
No, I think you've been very thorough with your story.
Yeah, we suffered a lot. My children suffered a lot. They have, my youngest daughter, she paid thousands of dollars for psychologists because that affected her really, really badly. My second one, same thing. And she never wanted to get counseling. So now she's getting counseling, my eldest one too. And I suffered a lot, and still I'm having trauma counseling. I thought I'm okay because I had to be strong, bringing my 3 girls up. And never looked after myself. So now I'm getting trauma counseling and counseling.
And so how long has it been since the last incident with your former husband?
It's a long time. It's a long time. I think of nearly 20 years now. But that scar is still there. Like I'm talking to you guys, it has taken me back where I was. And now when I look back, I think why he wanted us back was because he was getting money from government. So he thought if you stay with him, he can get money and he can keep up with his gambling addiction. So, but to me, it's like when it's still fresh because it still affects us. The scar's still there. It's not easy to get away from that. And all this happened because of his gambling addiction. Because, yeah, and the reason I'm speaking out, because I don't want anyone else to suffer what we did. I don't want any other family to go through what my family has gone through. It is very difficult for me, but I'm trying to be brave, and because I don't want to call myself a victim, I call myself a survivor. I want to be strong. I have been strong for my girls, and I'm very grateful that they are doing very, very well. Never been on dole, working, have their own places. But the pain is still there. That's not gone. I don't know how that will go away.
Well, thank you for being willing to speak with us today. witness B, and thank you as well to witness C. I'm not sure if there's anything you wish to add, witness C.
No, only that the two stories you've heard today are one of many. There's more people than you could count who are going through massive harm because of gambling.
Thank you. And thank you, witness C, for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions. Mr.
Right.
Gotterson.
Mr. Beecham.
We don't have any questions for either witness B
Oh.
or witness C. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like, on behalf of the inquiry, to thank you both for your time and the accounts that you've given at some emotional cost to you both. And we benefit from your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. It helps.
Thank you, Mr. Gotterson, for your time.
Thank you. And I think the link will be terminated now, if
Thank
that
you.
could be arranged. Thank you. Yes.
Mr.
Thank you.
Gotterson, the next witness is Mr. Taliafoa, who I
Yes.
understand has been in the courtroom listening
Yes,
to
sure.
those witnesses
Yes, sure.
with our knowledge.
Yep.
I call Mr. Junior Taliafoa.
Mr. Taliafoa, do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation? An oath. Very well.
The evidence which you shall give to the inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Please say so help you God.
Mr. Taliafoa, you should have in that area a document that is called the witness statement and transcript. Do you have that folder in front of you? What does the front of that folder say?
Responsible service of gambling.
I might hand Your Honour a copy of.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
That's the witness.
I might
Mr.
hand the witness a copy of his statement, Your Honour. I had understood it was already in the witness box.
Mhm.
Does Your Honour have a copy of a folder which is called the witness statement and transcript of Junior Taliafoa bundle?
I've got a document, a bundle, tender bundle, volume 8, witness statement of Junior Taliafoa.
Thank you. There's that one. And then there should also be, if we can have that ready as well, Mr. Gotterson, a tender bundle volume 2. We may also be referring to documents from that.
Oh, very well. That's given to me now. I have that. Yes.
Mr. Taliafoa, in the binder that is labelled witness statement, behind tab 2, there should be a copy of a statutory declaration that you swore on the 18th of August 2022. Can you find that?
Yes, I found it.
And is that affidavit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And you don't wish to make any amendments?
It's not.
I tend to.
Just hold on a moment. The witness statement that I have is behind a tab 8. There may be yet another volume which will be down here within 2 or 3 minutes' time.
That's okay. I might make do with that document and then I'll have to work through so that I can give you the correct numbers. I understand the documents are the same, it's just the tab referencing, Mr. Gotterson.
Yes.
By way of introduction, Mr. Taliafoa was required to attend today under compulsion pursuant to section 5(1)(d) of the Commissions of Inquiry Act. Can you please state your name?
Junior Marcellus Tulliafor.
And your address is known to Mr. Gotterson and those assisting him in this inquiry, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you were required to attend today under compulsion. What is your job title at the Star Entertainment Group?
I'm the group manager for responsible gambling staff
And how long have you held this role?
since April 2019.
Thank you. Before I get into your job description, I'd like to talk to you about some of the terminology that the Star Entertainment Group uses with respect to safer gambling. You've probably heard the conversation I've just had with witnesses B and C.
Yes.
Because I think it's important because the Star Entertainment Group uses particular terminology. And just so that you're aware, a number of people and organisations have suggested to the inquiry that the terminology be altered. The Star Entertainment Group, and indeed even your statement, makes reference to problem gamblers, gambling harm, and responsible gambling. Do you have anything to say about the appropriateness of such terminology?
So certainly problem gambling. That's how we've used to describe it in Queensland. And in some of those forms that we have to fill out for exclusion, it's actually stated on that form to say the reason is the person's a problem gambler. So we have to use that terminology. What were the other two, just to remind me? You had the other two.
Gambling harm.
Gambling harm, yes.
And then also responsible gambling.
Yes. So gambling harm, that's the what we believe is the outcome of what can affect people. So when they are not in control of their gambling. And so that harm, not only to the individual, but can extend to people around that individual and to even have some adverse effects on the community. So we use that. Gambling harm, sometimes we use problem gambling related harm.
Do you have a view with respect to whether safer gambling is appropriate terminology?
Yes, I think that is the appropriate one. Safer gambling is what we believe is a terminology that would describe what we're trying to achieve, but would also allow others that participate in gambling to know that that's what they should also be working towards, build that safer environment.
Thank you. The same was said, as you probably heard, that the use of perhaps gaming and play is not appropriate when dealing with gambling. Do you have a view on that?
I understand that. So those two terms are often bandied around and they're mixed up. I still use gambling, and then there can be other references to play. If there was one that needed to be the standard, then I'd certainly look at gambling because that's what it is.
Thank you. And the same can be said for gaming?
Gaming, yeah. I'd say gambling is the more correct term because that's what it is.
Thank you. So if I can go back to your employment history, as the group manager of responsible gambling, you managed or led what the Star refers to as the responsible gambling team, is that correct?
That's correct.
I might get you to turn to your statement, please, which will be on tab.
It's on 8.
tab 8, thank
Yes.
you. And down to, on the first page, down to paragraph 5. It's about halfway down. At this stage, we don't need it brought up on the computer screens. This is how you describe your role at the Star, isn't it?
That's correct.
And you've stated here that the purpose of your position is to lead the existing Star Entertainment Group responsible gambling framework and drive development of the framework towards an industry-leading position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have oversight of the day-to-day operation of responsible gambling related exclusion programs across the Star Group
Yes, that's correct.
and maintenance of the Star Entertainment Group policies and related material. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in paragraph D, you're also responsible for the management and development and delivery of a number of initiatives aimed at developing the Star Entertainment Group's responsible gambling strategy.
That's correct.
So all of those, A through J, are your responsibility.
Yes.
And are all of those responsibilities group-wide as far as the Star Entertainment Group is concerned?
Yes, they are.
So it includes both of Queensland's casinos?
Yes.
You say in your affidavit that since June 2020, you've reported to James Goff, who is the Star Entertainment Group's General Manager for Internal Audit and Assurance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does Mr. Goff have any experience or expertise that you're aware of with respect to safer gambling?
No, I don't know. I don't believe he has.
But he's been at the Star for less than 3 years?
I'm not sure of how long he's been at the Star.
But you're not aware that he's got any safer gambling experience?
I'm not aware.
So if I said that he has an audit and finance background, you're unable to confirm that?
I believe his role might require that. So
And you're unaware if this is the only casino he's ever worked for?
I don't know a lot about his background.
I might bring up paragraph 8 of your statement. Operator, I'll give you the document ID number. What's the redacted version? I think we have a redacted version of this statement, so we might not bring that one up immediately. You'll see at paragraph 8 of your statement, it details your qualifications. So you have no formal qualifications.
That's correct.
How did you familiarise yourself with the learnings of safer gambling?
Sure. Back in 2005, in New Zealand, I became the manager for what we call host responsibility in New Zealand. And that was the equivalent of what we refer to as responsible gambling in Australia. At that stage, it was relatively new, the whole understanding around being a responsible host. It was relatively new about understanding what problem gambling was. I had come in, there had been a group before me that had developed some policy around that, but it began to evolve. There was some learning that we just didn't know. We had to learn. There was no available training that we could take. It was out there. So we had to do our best to develop what we could as an internal program for looking after responsible gambling or host responsibility. So that meant understanding a lot about what the players or what our customers were doing. It meant trying to source information that was available in research or experiences overseas to try and learn it. This was something that was in its infancy. And so there wasn't a lot of expert advice in the industry out there that you could actually source. There were people that had done studies on gambling and problematic gambling. And so we had to source those. There wasn't any training for us that you could undertake to deal with that. And so we started to talk about things with experts in the field that would make themselves available and ask them for advice, because a lot of this was new, was in its infancy. And so we had to develop things and just learn, and we added initiatives. We started putting things in slowly to respond to things that we were seeing. But we started we knew there needed to be an exclusion program that was right. The government had mandated what we needed to do. It was a license requirement in New Zealand. And there were a number of things that motivated us to build the program that we built to respond to the problem of problem gambling or risk. And so we had to learn all of those things ourselves. And so in the time that I spent in Auckland, we started to do things which were sometimes new for the industry. We looked at an algorithm that came from Canada. And I think, the industry at that time was probably thinking, that's pretty radical, that's pretty crazy, what are you doing? But those were the things we had to do to try and address some of the issues that we were confronted with in New Zealand. We started to look at, because we knew that it had now been classified as a public health issue. And so we needed to make sure that we were part of that. We had to accept our part as responsible hosts to affect an effective policy, an effective program. So there were so many elements of a program that you needed to add. There was exclusion, there was self-exclusions, there was third-party exclusions, there was the way that you treated people and the way that you trained your own people. So, my learnings come through that, and my own dealings and experiences that people have had that I've had to talk to them about, and just the understanding my own teams. So we started to look at maybe things that were unseen. So we would be saying, what is that? Why is that a problem for somebody? Why aren't we seeing that? We'd try and see other agencies where they could share data with us and we could talk about those things and start to build our knowledge. And we did. And so it's through that experience. We had our security team start to look at things. I also ran the security team. And we got them asking the right questions because we really wanted to tap every possible channel that we could to learn ourselves, but to figure out if there were issues happening and happening early. So there wasn't a lot of training that could be had in those days. And it was really just learning ourselves to address the issue, learning what was available globally, learning what was, locally. And so that's what we did. That's what I did.
So it's safe to say that your experience in safer gambling is largely practical experience. Is that correct?
It's practical. It's we had to obviously talk to academia to get their advice on things and learn what they were learning, see what developments and trends were happening in that area. It was a very interesting time.
Would you say that within the STARS organisation, it is you who is most familiar with the responsible gambling policies and procedures of the STAR?
It's me and my team, and there'd be a general knowledge amongst staff.
But it's you who manages and you are responsible for that team at the STAR. The structure broadly of the responsible gambling team at the STAR, as I understand it, you can correct me. So you're the head of the team as group manager of responsible gambling, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then below you, there are employees who are called patron liaison managers who report directly to you.
That's correct.
And there is one of each of those at each casino. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you please, sorry, If I can, operator, if you can please bring up STA.6005.9003.0001. Mr. Gotterson, this document is Mr. Toliafoa's statutory declaration
Yes, yep.
with redactions made because it's becoming public. So I just wish to make clear that you have a version that doesn't have redactions. Mr. Toliafoa also has a version without redactions.
Yes.
And this is the version that the Star has provided to us with redactions so that it can be made public.
Ah, very well.
Mr. Operator, if you can please go to page 3 of this affidavit at paragraph 13. Paragraph 13 explains the roles for the patron liaison managers at the Star, doesn't it?
Yes.
And in particular, they are responsible for implementing the responsible gambling program according to the Star Entertainment Group's strategy. Is that correct? And monitoring the quality and effectiveness of such programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
They also manage the customer relationships to resolve queries and concerns. Is that correct? And they are responsible for assessing operational compliance with relevant laws, codes, and regulations. Is that correct? Then under those patron liaison managers, it's quite a mouthful. Reporting to those 3 managers, you have a role that the Star calls guest support managers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you use the acronym GSMs.
Yes.
In Sydney, your team has 1 patron liaison manager, so PLM, and 4 GSMs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at Treasury Casino in Brisbane, there is 1 PLM and 3 GSMs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at paragraph 14 of your statement, so Mr. Operator, if you could just please scroll down a little bit. You begin with the explanation of what the role is for a GSM. So the GSM role is a frontline role that is solely for addressing responsible gambling and harm-related concerns on the casino floor. The purpose of their position is to monitor for signs of gambling problems amongst guests. You then detail on the next page those 4 roles that GSMs have. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of those roles is to identify signs of gambling problems and supporting guests to make adequate decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are the signs of gambling problems?
So there are a number of them. There are what we would call strong signs, which are probably signs you'll only see in problem gamblers or people that have are experiencing problem gambling related harm. So those are a set of probably about 5 of those. And then there's some general indicators which are likely to see you might see those in people who don't have who are not experiencing any harm. So you probably need to have a group of those before you can make a determination. But all of those signs, all those identifications, so there's probably about 30 odd that we use.
And are they contained in the document that you're aware of?
They should be somewhere here. Yes, I think there's we have an actual guide that should address that.
Are you referring to the guidelines for identification of at-risk or problematic gambling activity?
I believe that's it.
I won't need to take you to that because we'll come to that later.
Sure.
Is that the extent of what the Star says and trains its staff to be the signs of problem gambling?
They are, but we also, in that document, make it clear that you might see these, but there could be others that we're not aware of. And if in doubt, you should talk to us about those. So these are the main signs we expect that they may see. But there is also to keep an open mind on these things, that you could potentially see other things that we've not learnt about yet or seen. So we make sure that they're keeping an open mind on some of those things.
And when you say talk to us, who are you referring to?
Sorry, the responsible gambling team, which is the GSMs, the PLM, that group of people.
And are those GSMs and PLMs relying upon any indicators other than the indicators in that document we just identified?
Yeah, they could be. They have more contact with patrons and customers, and so they're talking to them. There could be other things that are mentioned in those conversations, which could determine that perhaps they are experiencing harm or could be on their way to that. So look, there is this need to keep an open mind on how you approach this, and not to draw conclusions about what is and what isn't. So there is this understanding that people need to have. These are the things you're likely to see, but don't dismiss other things. And if you are concerned about those things, talk to somebody in the responsible gambling team, talk to your manager, let us know. These are learning moments for us.
Do the managers get any training in addition to what's shown in that document?
This forms part of the training for managers. There are other bits to that training which will address having good conversations, having quality conversations. Those conversations are really important. So interactions is something that we want them to understand. So yeah, there are other elements to the training that we provide.
Both the PLMs and the GSMs are responsible for managing customer relationships to resolve queries and concerns with diplomacy and tact. Do you agree?
Sorry, I missed the last piece.
Managing customer relationships to resolve queries and concerns with diplomacy and tact.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Do you think that an employee of the Star Entertainment Group is the best person to deal with that?
So many of these people in our team have been there for 20, 10 years or anywhere between that range. I'm probably the newest in that team. So their understanding and relationships with customers are important, and they know more customers than the team that I work with have all come or grown up in the casino, either in another field, and particularly they all have gaming backgrounds, and so do have a good understanding of customers. And so their rapport with them is really important. So if you've got a great rapport with guests and customers, then I think you can get their confidence. And that's when you can start to have good conversations around what's actually happening. And you can actually probably, and it's not a cold call normally. Yeah, there's going to be cold calls, but for the majority of them, you know them. And so I think that's an important part of that relationships are key.
It's been suggested to the inquiry today that third-party agencies are perhaps better placed to provide assistance with the interaction with a patron. Do you agree with that?
Look, I think, I've talked about where I think the best approach would be. I'm not close to the idea of third party having that discussion. I'm not sure look, these things are hard to spot on the floor, and it really does take a lot of experience, a lot of interaction with people on a regular basis. So yeah, I don't think they're going to see any more than what we see. But what we're trying to do is give them a pathway to help, which are the experts and that you talk about. And so I think that's probably the better model for me, where I would say, let's provide that expertise and point them in the right direction and encourage them to do that. I'd be interested to see that model and how it works if it was, because I'm not sure they'd share the same familiarity with perhaps the team that we have now and with the general staff population.
Isn't there perhaps a conflict with an employee making that contact when they're the one that works for the provider?
Sorry.
Do you think that there is a conflict with an employee of the Star Entertainment Group being responsible for determining whether somebody ought be, there should be some intervention?
No, I think it's our responsibility. We have a responsibility as an operator to not only provide the services and everything else, but we also have the responsibility to look after them and to identify those issues. So, no, I don't think there's a conflict there.
Do you think there's a conflict if an employee receives a benefit from the casino by way of bonus that's linked to perhaps the harm that's being caused by way of profits?
Sorry, I was trying to. So you said, can I just get you to clarify that?
Do you think there is a conflict with an employee who obtains, say, a bonus that is linked to turnover,
Right.
when such turnover may be directly linked to gambling harm?
No, the person still has a duty. Person still has a duty to perform their duties under the responsible gambling program that we have. So they should do that. If they're not doing that, then we should take appropriate action to address that.
But there's a fair bit of discretion in the model, isn't there?
In our model,
Whether or not to interact with a customer at any given point in time.
yeah, there is, and there should be. Yeah.
If we go back to third-party agencies being perhaps better placed to provide that assistance, and you said you don't necessarily agree, what would be the negatives of a third-party agency undertaking that service?
Look, I said I wouldn't be closed to the idea, so I wouldn't know what the negative would be. But other than just, we've got people who could understand people on the floor, who have regular contact with them, who actually probably know their gambling behaviours and could detect a variation in what they do probably a lot earlier. So no, that would be the only negative that I could see.
Don't you think that a third-party agency could get that same experience if they were there on a day-to-day basis as well?
Perhaps.
So going back to the GSMs,
Yes.
they're responsible for supporting guests to make adequate decisions about their ongoing gambling activities, aren't they? That terminology seems to place the burden on making the decision about ongoing gambling activities upon the gambler. Do you agree?
Well, we are trying to educate them to make a good decision. But if they're not going to do that, then the option's open to us to actually take other appropriate action that might address the concerns that we have for them.
Are you able to show me in the role for a GSM, which I can take you to the relevant paragraph, it's paragraph 14. Where does it say that's their role?
Well, you could almost wrap it up in paragraph in call it point B. So they are there managing the customer relationships. It's a thing that they have to do with tact. They will actually encourage that person to take the appropriate kind of path if they can. We try to encourage people to make a good decision, but we're not going to do that without actually taking other action if we still carry concerns.
Thank you. We've heard today that some might say that sometimes a gambler is incapable of making an adequate decision. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How does the casino help someone who might not be making a rational decision?
We'd offer them exclusion, and probably not going to take it. Then we would exclude them ourselves.
Are the making of those rational decisions properly the responsibility of the casino?
To exclude a person?
The role of a GSM
Yes.
talks about supporting guests to make adequate decisions. So
Yes.
we're not just talking about exclusions, we're talking about adequate decisions.
Yes.
Would you agree that that's the role of the casino?
It's not. I think we should support them to make good decisions. So I'm trying to get this out here to make it clear to you
Thank you.
that not everybody requires an exclusion or to go to that extent. So there may be something right at the low end, and it might go right up to an exclusion, but there are some different things you can apply. And so there would be that encouragement to say, perhaps you should take a break, or things like that. I'll use that example. But there are a range of opportunities for that person that you should really present to them.
And that role properly sits with the GSM. Is that correct?
The GSM can do it, or even the PLM.
Or the PLM. So the GSM or the PLM.
PLM or GSM, yeah.
There are currently not GSMs and PLMs working on a 24-hour shift, are there?
No.
So there are gaps when at the casino there may be no GSM and no PLM.
That's correct.
And those are the only staff who are primarily responsible for identification of problem gamblers. And by primarily, I mean that's their sole job.
That is their dedicated role, yes.
And the other staff, you would agree, are primarily relying upon the policies of the star to assist them in making those decisions.
So yes, we want them to make, they're like the primary care. They'd be the ones that we would want them to identify and look for those early signs. And out of that, either report them to us, take action themselves. But there are managers who have trained to understand that so that they can actually identify issues. And if they are complex ones, then of course, escalate them to us, require that person to take a break, and then we can manage it from there. So, sorry.
No, continue, sorry.
No, that's fine.
But if there's no GSM or PLM
Yeah.
currently rostered, there's no one to refer it to, is there?
So as long as the person's taking a break, and normally they're quite happy to do that, then it's referred to the GSM or to PLM, and we'll pick that up later.
But by that stage, the harm might already have been caused.
Not if they're taking a break. So if we can get them to take a break, that's great. And normally they do. So for those that don't, then those managers have the ability to effect an exclusion.
But they don't have particular training like the GSMs do.
They have training that can sort of help them identify problematic behaviour.
During your interview, you mentioned that you were planning on increasing GSMs so that there is 24-hour coverage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that over both the Gold Coast, Star and Treasury Brisbane? When will that be happening?
So that's part of our draft strategy that we've given the review to look at. So that'll be something we can do hopefully as soon as possible.
you think it should be a priority for the staff? Why has it taken so long?
I think it's a part of a bigger strategy that we're trying to work towards, but yeah, I think it should be done as soon as possible.
The final role that you mention in your statement is the role of the manager of gambling risk identification. Is there a person in that role?
Yes, there is.
Is it one person?
Yes,
And does that role directly report to you?
yes.
The role of that manager is detailed in paragraph 17 of your statement, which is on page 4. So they are responsible for the manager of gambling risk identification role includes analysis of key data sources such as the top 100 player list generated by the AML team, and sent to the RG team to consider for RG concerns. So we're talking there about the top 100, so the people who are spending the most, is that correct?
I'm not sure how AML arrive at that, compile that list, but they send it to us, yes.
I see that this person is based in Sydney.
Sydney based, but
And
service, sorry.
When you speak of, in paragraph 17, for example, and the top 100 player list, is that generated for each casino or the Sydney casino, or do you know?
For the group, sir.
The group. Cool. Thank you.
That role also considers people who are accelerating through gold and platinum tiers in the loyalty program. And then a detailed assessment of guests who are being considered for elevation to the diamond tier status.
Yes.
And then they're also doing structured assessments of frequent time play events. Is that correct?
Yes.
That criteria is going to miss a large percentage of people suffering gambling harm, isn't it?
I think there's a more comprehensive breakdown of his role included in these documents here, and it's quite far-reaching. So
We can go to that if you
Yep.
like. So his role, the difficulty is that I've got different tab numbers, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4 tabs along. And is it the document that's got the green header?
yes,
It says
that's correct.
manager gambling risk identification.
Yes.
It's under 8.4 for me.
Thank you, Mr. Gotterson. Have you got that document there?
Yes, sir.
Where does this document detail the role of the manager with respect to identifying the gambling parameters that aren't covered by the summary that's in your statement?
Yeah, look, all of these roles, all of these parts here, all that he's got in here is what we talk about just in summary
Yeah.
for those things there, right? So he is actually going through those in far more detail, going through the escalation through the tiers. These are problem areas or risk areas that we've identified in the past. He goes through time play, which is also where we'll be able to understand more about a person's behaviour and activity. He'll also go through the high risk and low risk groups. So he is looking for all of that kind of detail. within his role.
But you can't point to where in his role it specifically details that?
I think it's collectively what he does here. that
Okay.
Probably when you look at all of those things, what he does. So he does actually identify all those things and enables us to sort of see what's happening at different levels. So,
Because it does seem to be that he relies upon some analytic mechanisms,
yes,
but it's unclear what those analytic mechanisms actually are.
so he'd rely on data from carded play, for example.
Yes,
He would rely on reports that are coming through
yes,
from the floor.
yes. And I appreciate that you weren't here for this morning's witness,
Yes.
witness A. Witness A detailed spending what money he had when he had it. But we were not talking about large sums of money, but nevertheless equally as harmful. So someone like that who was spending their last $50 that they probably should have been buying bread or milk, they're not going to come up on your top 100 player list, are they? And they're not going to come up on going up through the tiers, are they? And he might not have had sufficient funds to play for long enough to be captured by the time data, would he? For those reasons, he just simply might not be captured.
It'd be difficult to see him.
So the manager of gaming risk identification is probably not capturing those patrons who may spend the $50 they set aside for the grocery bill and they may not have food on the table.
So I think what we're talking about here is the ability to recognise other signs. He may not be captured by this particular process here, but he may be captured by other identification, detection methods. So yes, in this particular role, he may not feature.
What would a system look like that could capture that sort of information?
Something like that would probably rely on processing of data that could process a large part of data that's happening at all levels. And it would probably be something, the solution you'd look at would be something algorithm related that would reach into that sort of detail.
Is the STAR currently collating an algorithm?
We have been working towards it, yes,
Is it a priority for the STAR?
it is.
When do you think that algorithm will be finalised?
I think we're still in the very early stages. We've tried to develop our own, which is probably something we'll have to review and look at and see what the best kind of approach would be now. There has been some interesting development, but still too early. We probably need to look at that.
And until that algorithm's in a better position than it is today,
Yep.
you probably need more men on the ground looking at
What
responsible
we're
gambling
doing.
issues.
So we are resourcing our team to do a lot of that. There's been an increase in resource to manage time play. So they're not only managing time play, they've also got to look for other indicators as well. So yes, there is a reliance on that. But to be fair, this is one tool that should form a suite of tools and not to heavily rely on one part, but to make sure that all the other parts are functioning as well. And so that's important to note, that one tool will do something, and the algorithm, in my experience, the algorithm gave us some indications, but wasn't always the silver bullet or conclusive. It really added to other information that you collect. So in this kind of work, in my experience, that's how it should be. Until there is a one catch-all that can work that and tell us all those things, then we're at a stage now where we've got different layers, different parts that address different parts. And so that's how most programs are built today. But it'd be great to get a model that catches everything.
Thank you. So we've spoken about the responsible gambling strategy.
Yes.
I might take you to that document, which should be contained in 8.7.
Yes, it is.
It should be titled Draft Safer Gambling Strategy 2022 to 2025. Have you got that, Mr. Tolliver?
Not yet. What was the reference again? Sorry.
It was 8.7, or it may be under G. So the Draft Safer Gambling Strategy.
Yep.
Firstly, this document's dated September 2022.
Yes.
The one under 8.7 that I have is board meeting May 2018. Oh, it's
8.8.
8.8. It's under 8.8 in my case. That's draft safer gambling strategy
Yes.
2022-2025.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're all looking at that document. You've got, yep.
I have.
Yes.
So the document's dated September 2022.
Correct.
Can I assume that you, in your role, were responsible for delivery of this strategy?
Yes.
If I can please take you to page 3 of that strategy. Page 3 details the purpose of this strategy. This is still in draft form, isn't it?
That's correct.
So it hasn't been approved, notwithstanding that it's dated September 2020.
Approved in principle,
Yes.
but we haven't implemented it. There's still a lot of work to do. Yeah.
And on page 3, it says that the purpose of the safer gambling strategy is to outline the staff's commitment to providing safer gambling environments and to minimise harm to individuals, families and communities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this strategy outlines our, being the star, shift in focus from an informed choice model to a harm minimisation approach that recognises guests can experience harm from gambling at any time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the goal, you'll see, is listed on the same page at 1.1 as to provide a safer gambling environment to minimise harm to individuals and the community. Would you agree that that's the STAR's goal with respect to this policy?
Yes.
And if I can then take you to page 9 of 19 of that same document, which should be 5.2.
Yes, I have it.
Have you got that, Mr. Gotterson?
Yes, page 9 of 19. Yes.
Thank you.
5.2.1.
Yes,
Or
so
5.2.
5.2
Yes.
talks about the strategic pillars.
Yes.
And Mr. Taliafoa, it details that the strategic pillars and areas of focus will enable and support a cultural and operational shift to provide safer gambling. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it seeks 5 points there.
Yes.
And in particular, it seeks early identification and interaction with at-risk guests. Is that correct?
Yes.
And supporting guests to gamble safely and minimise harm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if I can take you to the following page, which is page 10 of 19. In 5.2.2, there are some early identification and interaction with at-risk guests detailed there. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sure.
Does this plan seek to identify early signs that a guest may be at risk or experiencing harm from gambling?
Yes.
So these are the 4 points that the STAR, by this strategy, is seeking to put in play.
Sorry, I missed a little bit of that. Can you repeat the question? I apologise.
So in 5.2.2,
Yes.
there are 4 items listed
Yes.
which seek to strategize how the STAR is going to implement early identification
Yes.
of at-risk guests. And they're listed as the time play management or
Yes.
play break. And then it does acknowledge there at the bottom of page 10, whilst time isn't the only measure, encouraging and supporting regular breaks will support guests to keep track of their time played. And then it continues. Then number 2 comes back to this analytics we were talking about earlier, which are the predictive analytics. And you agree that they're necessary?
I do.
And then uncarded players. This strategy says guests who play uncarded may also be at risk or experiencing gambling harm, and we need to improve our ability to identify them and provide relevant support. Do you agree?
I agree.
And do you agree that that includes reminders by the dealers at the end of shifts for guests to take a break? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And also empowering team members through training to understand the at-risk indicators.
Yes.
And then finally, number 4 comes back to understanding at-risk behaviours. Is that correct?
Correct.
But all of those 4 items will only work on a carded player. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the time play management,
Yes.
the
Correct.
player's got to be carded.
Yep.
Predictive analytics, got to be carded.
Correct.
Uncarded players, well, that does it. And then understanding at-risk behaviours.
Yep.
If I can then take you to the next page, page 12 of 19.
Perhaps carded players, uncarded players. What is a carded player?
A person that uses a card to track their play, so they'd be part of the loyalty membership within the casinos. So they would have
Right.
signed up to use a card,
Right.
and they would use that card every time they gamble.
Yes.
An uncarded player, of course, doesn't use that.
Cash or
Oh, they
Or
could use-
machines
yeah,
and-
they could come in and not use. They choose not to use the card for any
Uh-huh.
of their gambling activity.
very well. Thank you.
On that same issue, carded play is currently not mandatory at the 2 Star casinos in Brisbane, is it?
No.
But the technology is currently available.
Or carded play, yes,
Yes.
that's what we do. Yeah.
Thank you. So if I can continue on to page 12 of 19. This details how the STAR will seek to support guests to gamble safely and minimise harm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then point number 1, which is about halfway down the page, talks about STAR DigiPlay.
Yes.
And what's that?
It's the cashless gaming, so or cashless gambling you can use to, instead of cash, you can use a card. You can put those funds on a card and put it in the machine.
Can you explain how that minimises harm?
So on that particular feature, you can add information that's in the hands of the player. They can actually use. We'd like to think, if we can, that we can develop that to give them more information about their particular play. But at this stage, what we have done is to be able to enable them to see exclusion material, other help material that they can see when they do that transaction.
And that will only work again with carded play.
Only with somebody that signs up to that particular.
Point number 2 on the same page talks about real-time and easy to access information about gambling behaviour.
Yes,
Again, that only works with carded play, doesn't it?
it would rely on that data.
Point number 3 is increase awareness of safer gambling through marketing communications. Is that correct? Then protect vulnerable communities or groups.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I think we need to understand who those groups are so that we're not actually harming them by sending them material which they shouldn't have. If we see a propensity for a particular group, perhaps we should not. We should tread carefully around actually what we deliver to them, and perhaps give more guidance and support in those areas. So it's identifying those groups, and sometimes there might be subgroups within those groups. So it's us wanting to make sure that we can identify those groups and take appropriate action.
Thank you. Point number 5 is creation of an online self-exclusion option.
Yes.
A patron seeking to self-exclude currently cannot self-exclude online, can they?
Not at the start, no.
They're required to either go to a gambling service provider
Yes,
or physically attend the casino. Is that correct?
that's correct. Yeah.
That's not ideal, is it?
No, it isn't. No.
Does the Star have the resources to create such an online option?
I think we should look at it. I think we should look at it and build that. I think it's a really difficult thing for people to do, to self-exclude or to have those discussions with us. So if we can find an easier way for them to do it, we should do it.
Why hasn't it been done today?
Well, I guess this is a thing that we're putting in our strategy now. We probably should have done it. But now we're looking at that option. I don't know who else does that. There may be other operators that we'll take some learning from, see how that goes. But look, there are things that we do when people do self-exclude to make that journey for them a little easier and softer. The whole idea of wanting to get them to see help services is another good way for them to do it. So yes, if we can offer them another option, why wouldn't it be?
But it should be a priority for the Star, shouldn't it?
We have a lot of priorities in the strategy that we'd like to get done. Yes.
But should this be a priority as well?
Yes, of course.
The next one is reduce exclusion breaches through facial recognition. I'll come to that more in depth later, but I just wanted to note that that is one of the items which the Star seeks in its strategy to support guests to gamble safely and minimise harm. But I think I'll deal with that a little bit later. Then, if we can please step a few pages to 16 of 19, please. Sorry. Page 16 of 19, about 3/4 of the way down the page, details resources and investment.
Yes.
And here, is it correct that the Star says that one of its strategies is to increase GSMs to ensure adequate 24/7 availability?
Yes.
And to increase the number of frontline members to conduct additional tasks relating to safer gambling support for guests?
Yes.
And then over to the next page, inclusion of dedicated data analysts to identify safer gambling risks, monitor performance of program, and identifying continuous improvement. What will that role be?
Would sit alongside the current manager of risk identification and a deep dive into the data that they can look at. Take a more, if they're an analyst, then perhaps we could rely on their expertise to inform us about behaviour, activity, trends, trend analysis.
And that would rely upon carded play again.
Would rely on carded play and any other intel that comes through. So
Thank you. And then finally, to page 18 of 19, paragraph 7.2.
yes,
This details the responsible gambling program and policies that as a result of this strategy are required to be updated. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So the STAR acknowledges that the responsible gambling program needs to be updated, that the responsible gambling policy needs to be updated,
Yes.
the time play management standard needs to be updated.
I believe we've updated that.
The relevant SOPs and ICMs,
Yes.
what are those?
Standard operating procedures and internal controls.
Thank you. And then the responsible gambling sections of your external website.
Yes.
Thank you. The document that we've come back to a few times, which is the document guideline for identification of at-risk or problematic gambling behaviour activity.
Yes.
Is that planned to be updated?
Yes. We need to review that. That should be reviewed regularly. So as part of the strategy, we will review that too.
Does the strategy say that?
But it's part of what it should be, as it should be reviewed regularly in that actual document.
Thank you. Mr. Gotterson, I'm mindful of the time and I'm about to move on to another topic that will be quite large.
Yes.
Would you like me to continue?
Now, just before we deal with that, I was perhaps just get some clarification from my understanding. If we go back to 5.2.3, it speaks in terms of we aim to help guests gamble more safely by providing relevant information, tools and support mechanisms. Is the aiming to be done by provision of these things 1 through to 6, which don't currently exist, or is it a statement of what's happened in the past, all having been done with an aim to help guests gamble more safely?
So we are aiming to do these things here.
I see. Yes. So
we don't yet have the cashless facility.
So they are things
Yeah.
you aim to do
Yes.
with the further objective of aiming to help guests
Yes,
gamble
correct.
more safely. Thank you. That helps me. Now back to your question or your point. The next topic will go for some time, and how just so we have an idea for tomorrow, for the evidence in chief, how much longer do you think Mr. Taliaferro's evidence will go?
Perhaps 45 minutes.
Yes, and I don't know, Mr. Beecham, if you've an idea of how long the strange to call it cross-examination, but your examination might take.
I think at the moment, perhaps half an hour,
Very
something
well.
of that order.
Yes, very well. So, and then we're well and truly organised for a witness tomorrow.
We have Mr. Peasley, then I understand, by video link.
Oh, this will be tomorrow.
Yes.
Is there a fixed time for him?
There's not, I understand, but I think it's understood to be the morning sometime, isn't it, late?
Okay, and it's something we can fix in when this evidence is finished.
Yes, we're flexible. We'll obviously just need some time to organise the video link.
Oh, okay. Nothing else that needs to be done?
I think it may be that Mr. Steiner can then be called tomorrow afternoon if we're making good progress, but we're in our learning friends' hands a bit with that because we hadn't foreshadowed him until the day after, I think.
Oh, I see. Yes, and is there a tentative day for Mr. Hogg?
Yes, tentative day was Friday,
Yes.
but again, we'll liaise about the timetable as it becomes clearer closer to the time and see what his availability is and if it can be moved forward to make use of the time. But
Oh, I see. And would Mr. Steiner, is it thought, take the whole of the day or?
yes, he'll certainly take, I think, the remainder. If he starts tomorrow, he'll only just be finished, if at all, and maybe run over.
On Thursday?
Yes, exactly.
All right. And Mr. Hogg, if necessary, available on the Monday?
Yes, I would think to finish Mr. Hogg on the Friday regardless. But,
Oh, I see.
but otherwise,
Well,
we'll inquire that Monday.
well, if we keep that in mind, if there's need for an early start at any time, bear that in mind, or if you can start on the Thursday, a late finish on the Thursday, those sorts of things.
Thank you for that.
Very well. Well, oh yes.
There was
yes,
just
Mr.
one
Beecham.
thing, Mr. Gotterson. I just wanted to correct something that, and I didn't want to interrupt, but the strategy that was being dealt with was referred to as being dated September 2020.
Yes, 2022.
It's 2022.
So, and I might ask this also. What the version I have has amendments in red, which suggests it's an unfinalised document, at least the one that we have here. Is it thought that there might yet be further changes?
I don't know, but perhaps Mr. Taliafoa might tell
There
you.
potentially could be,
Yes.
sir, but we're pretty close to where we want to be with this document.
Very well. Thank you for that. But certainly I noted 2022.
Thank
So it's a draft, and it's what you're working towards. It hasn't been formally adopted yet. Yes. Thank you. Nothing further?
No, thank you.
As,
Thank you.
as it happens, we're just 3 minutes short of the 4:30, so we'll adjourn now till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
This inquiry is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.